as far as voices and DV?
I said the fatherhood, the CLIck program, and are you also in the PEP class program?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I completed the voices and then DV as well. And just click fatherhood and at the advanced alternatives to violence. Yeah.
Right. So tell me a little bit about what you learned in the voices. I didn't have you as completing that, so.
Yeah, he gave me I don't know if Mr. Menard received emails, but there's been a lot of paperwork and things I guess has been confusing that is out of my hands or out of my control, but I have the dates. And Mr. King said he emailed. But to answer your question, voices was for victims, like, being in their shoes and the harm that it caused, being victimized. Learning that I didn't know how to desensitize at that time from my behavior. I thought you throw a rock at me, I throw a rock back at you, but that wasn't the proper way of doing things. Communication, understanding is the key to everything. And voices really let me know no one deserves to be victimized because someone's a mom, dad, sister, brother,
his landlord.
Whatever the reason, there's different alternatives than violence.
No, sorry. This guy didn't.
And that's what I learned in voices, just how to desensitize my behavior and communicate various ways.
I just tuned in, so I'm not. I didn't catch what was going on with him before.
He did complete domestic violence on 8/14.
I'm guessing domestic violence, maybe.
And then voicing on 4/12/20.
I wish I was in control of all the paperwork that's either confused or misplaced, and I'm not. Like I said, I apologize for any hindrance that's putting on you guys in the workday as well. And I definitely look for the easy way out during that time. And here I am now in this time in life where you have to see progress. You have to see change, rehabilitation. And like you said, it's all in the papers. And what's in front of you is the paperwork and also myself. And people in the world, like family, friends, and successors, I'm an asset to them, but I've been a liability in my own actions, absolutely. And to even sit here in front of you, it's embarrassing. It's just, I shouldn't be here. There's people that do this things every day, doesn't have to be here. They can be anywhere in the world and not here once or twice. This is my second time, as stated prior to. And there's nothing that I'm doing everything possible to continue to grow and show. And I did so. I looked for the easy way out. And the easy way out was a hindrance, and here we are again. And I learned from that. And the fuel behind it is myself and it is my family, like my 9-year-old and the 6 months that I haven't seen yet. And like as she's fighting, I gotta fight as hard as her. And it's just unfortunate, but I have taken every step, and I'm going to continue taking every step to get progress. Like I said, I did need some insight on my character. I was defective and just everything. And you can't take the easy way out. And I wanted the easy way out versus being A, B, and C, and D, which is the simple steps. And I wouldn't have to be here, one day at a time. You don't have to worry about next week, later on, how's going to happen. If it happens now, it happens now. Let tomorrow be tomorrow, and it will come. And like I said, I apologize. It's embarrassing having to be here again, begging, pleading, and hoping that you see something other than the black and white paper, and that maybe there is enough programming, enough writings from authorities, from successors, and just friends and family in this moment. I don't want to harm anybody. I don't want to sell any drugs. I'll be honest, I don't even want to be, I just want to be under a rock. But no one in the community lives like that. Society doesn't live like that. Just one day at a time. And before the decision, man, I would like to beg if there's anything. Like at the same time right now, my child is in the hospital now doing imaging. But like I said, my situation is different than no man. Everybody goes through tons of things, ups, downs, and just how they maneuver through it. And my maneuvering wasn't a straight line. I understand that, and here I am yet again in front of you three ladies, begging for.
So, Mr. Saunders, have you been able to identify why you've never successfully completed any of your community releases? 7 is a lot, you know.
Hell yeah.
I just want to know
I'm on
if you
outlaw.
know why you weren't able to.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 was a lot?
7, yeah.
Okay, so, have I identified it? I believe I did. Me wanting to do too much, me being in an environment, just thinking it was cool to do these things that I seen in videos or just in my surroundings. That stuff wasn't cool. And like, once I had one foot in, it was always something. And it was me. I didn't learn that. I didn't get the mindfulness. I didn't know how to think about my thinking. I didn't even desensitize. Prior to this, it's been always like a violence or a fight or something in school or drugs, the things that were just outside every day. And prior to this, with parole, you guys didn't allow me to go back to these situations, and then just, well, me having that situation on my job and just trying to find it, not trying to find it, it sounded easy and something to do, but here I am again. And in today's life, nothing is easy. Nothing is comfortable.
Tell me
It
about
seems
it.
like there's a lot of like negativity, but I identify myself like I have that control myself, and not just for me. Like, look at what I look at what I'm going through, and it could be a repercussion of the things that I did, or is it my karma? It can't be, because in my soul I know, and if you have any letters, the people that believe in me know too. So why am I making these dumb mistakes, dumb decisions 7 times?
It's a decision, not a mistake.
I know now. I'm aware of it.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Sanders, the assault one was a very serious charge, and that's why you got the 9 years of special parole.
Damn,
and that's
9 years?
what you were serving.
Good luck to Mr. Saunders.
That
Yes,
brought you here today, because you violated that.
Yes,
And, you know, I do appreciate that. I see you're taking the time to do all the programs that you think you need. I know the CLICK program is a program where you work with the caregivers who are taking care of your child and yourself, so that you are actively participating in that process.
Lucas.
And I hear you, and I just wish for the best of luck for you. And I do hope that you complete these programs, because without the completion of the Tier 4 program, it's like you're, going out there to start all over again. So you first need to take care of you, and then, you can help to take care of your daughter. So good luck, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have no follow-up questions. Panel member Page?
CDCR needs
So, Mr.
good
Sanders,
parole
I'm
boards.
disappointed. I know you heard me say I was on your prior panel. We voted you out to parole, and it seems like you have a history of going out to supervision and coming back with new convictions, going out and coming back. They released you on community release. Then you went on to discretionary parole. Then you went on to special parole and lost it. I mean, I don't really know how many chances you need to get this right, but this is a lot to overlook. So, and do you know that since you are on special parole right now, that we have the authority to max out your sentence till August 31st, 2030? Did you know
2030? That? What? Oh, hell no.
Yes, ma'am.
And given your history, I don't see why we would consider releasing you any earlier than that. But we will discuss it. But thank you. I'm all set.
All right, thank you.
Officer Menard, did you get my email?
Yes, thanks.
That's
the
okay, because
the 8/31/2030.
that's the end sentence. It's estimated end of sentence.
Estimated.
2022.
What the hell?
Even though the sheet says assault 1 as its leading offense? Yep, it's still that?
Yes, the end of sentence. The estimated end of sentence is 7/20.
Okay, all right, thank you.
What was that date?
7/20/25, that's what I have. So, Mr. Saunders, we're going to be discussing, so you can only listen, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chief. Ms. Chair.
Radio,
So,
quiet.
what are your thoughts?
So it's an awful lot for me to overcome, and I do hear Mr. Saunders talking about his 9-year-old daughter, but he's in that CLIP program, and that's what they do. They, have him work with the caregivers who are taking care of his daughter and connect with him so that he can be a part of that. He has struck for a score of 4, and he really needs to finish that data program, which ends in November. And the fatherhood program is October 17, 2024. So when I came in, I did have Mr. Saunders denied. I did have him going back out on his special parole 7/2025, but I'm willing to hear other feedback from both of you and Mrs. Page.
I would agree. I had Mr. Saunders denied when we came in, primarily because he was on special parole for the
Damn, that's
assault
pretty
one.
scandalous. Like, they already come in with the
And then
mentality.
it's back before us on the sale charge and all the failures on community supervision, which are all for selling drugs.
Yeah.
As you go back, there's a
Selling
couple of
drogas.
multiple violations on
Did
similar,
somebody say
on the
saca la
same charge,
bolsita?
but they still all amount to the same. I am impressed with the number of programs that he's done. I don't know if they'll make a difference. I didn't look to see what he had done all previously in terms of similar programs. But he has the one disciplinary report. I did read what that was for. It does go back a little bit. He had a good job in the community. Seems to think he can go back to that job again.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think he's going to be found suitable for 2025, or are they going to
he
hold him
doesn't
until
have any-
2030?
Other than the assault, well, the assault one is a serious charge. It is
Man, maybe I could get one of these polls.
the
going
only
over
assault
here.
he
Let me
has.
see if
It is
I
history.
could figure it
I don't
out.
see any gun charges. So I would be willing to consider him, but I do think it is a little bit of a stretch. Panel member Page?
Lucas writes, I don't
Consider him
know.
for what?
JR Jr.
For granting him.
2030.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
No, they
Yes.
had their mind made up before the hearing.
I don't
from
have
CC.
Mr. Sanders
Sounds like
voted
it.
to parole. I'm happy to see that he's taken some positive programs. I'm pretty sure that he's taken very similar programs during his last hearing, which is why we voted him to parole.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he was already on special parole, and as I stated, he has a history of going out in the community and coming back with new convictions. He has 7 failed community releases. I cannot support his request for discretionary.
Okay. And Ms. Chance, what did you end up? Where do you want to go?
Exactly where what I said, that I haven't denied, and I explained to you why I did, and it was for the similar reasons.
Okay.
That Mrs.
So
Page said.
criminal history, current offense committed while on
I don't
probation.
have his criminal history.
No. Okay.
I have current offense committed on special parole and poor performance on community release. I'm sorry, Mrs. Page,
What did you say?
I interrupted you.
That's okay.
Poor performance, and I had current offense committed while on.
Yeah,
special
hot
parole.
dogs.
Okay.
Gracias for the
All
follow. Really
right.
I
appreciate
didn't
it.
know.
Oh, that's what I have.
Okay.
Yep.
So in the matter of Jamron Saunders, 305-755, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: current offense committed while on special parole, poor performance while on community release. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. And
So is it a majority?
it is a majority. And then the special parole date.
7/20/20.
Okay, sure
Say that again.
you need to make the notation that we are well aware that his special parole is running, and
So we are aware that Mr. Saunders' special parole is running while he's serving this sentence and is not due to complete until August 31st, 2030. However, we will provide a release date of to his end of sentence date for July 20th, end of sentence date on the current offense of July 20th, 2025.
So now we need to make a motion for the special parole conditions.
Special parole conditions are, he doesn't seem to need a halfway house.
I have no,
Behavior management for the.
Okay. Anything else, panel member Page?
I have no alcohol consumption. He said that that was an issue. And a
Okay.
condition from his last special parole, no contact with his co-defendant, Kamayu Hightower, Kamauh. Last name is Hightower.
Okay.
And no contact with the victim. Initials are K and C. And I'll provide that information.
RKC?
Not R, just KC.
KC, gotcha. Okay. So I'll make a motion to set the special parole conditions for his special parole that's running of no alcohol, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim KC, and no contact with your co-defendant, Kim Hightower. Did I say that right? Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Mr. Saunders, that's a lot. You got all that?
Just about one more question, for residents, am I allowed to just, when I do reintegrate, to go with my family at their address? Cause I remember before, on the last hearing, I don't know, the madam name here on the right, you thought I might have had Paige? No, thank you, but you thought I might have had like a domestic, it was dropped and it wasn't a domestic, and they let her visit and all that now. But I think the parole, Ms. Gordon, they seemed like it was a problem, but they let us be together but not spend the night. So can I be in the home once I leave? Or
Well,
like how?
There's no, that will have to be determined by parole and community services. So that once we don't have a halfway house down as a condition for you, and we see that you want to go to your girlfriend's house, and
Yes.
unless they say that no, you can't, it's okay with us. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense. And so what we did was EOS you on your new sentence, and we're letting you back out to serve the rest of your special parole. And as I stated, we
Damn,
could
so
have
they give 'em a
EOS
break.
you on your special parole as well. You do know that. So when you go out there,
Today.
yeah, need it. When you go out, you need to be mindful of that the panel can now,
So is my EOS in July?
July 20th of next year.
And then is there any leaving before that?
You might be able to go through community, through VOC, but not through us.
Okay.
I don't even think they can do that because we have a special parole MIT, and the MIT's gonna say it's 720. So that's when you'll get out, 720.
So DOC won't let me go to a halfway house?
No, because we have the controlling MIT.
Don't push it, yup.
So there's
You better
no other
stop
way
it.
besides 720.
Man,
As far as we know,
you
no.
better take your win right there.
So we're all
Right.
set, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
speaking with us today.
You as
Man,
well.
woo, I would have been out that door. Forget all that trying to push it. I would have been cool with 720 or 2025 opposed to
That was so
2030. Hell no. Next. All right, so this is actually live, and this is gonna be for the state of Connecticut. I jumped on a little bit late. It's been going on about 3 hours because obviously there's a time difference, and man, you know what they say, the early bird catches the worm, and man, I gotta enjoy my sleep. So I got up at about 7. And I was trying to find some board hearings today. Utah, I found out that they don't hold any today. It's only Monday to Thursday, and I was just checking out the links that I've saved. So luckily, I was able to find this one. I think Philadelphia has one starting at in about 15 minutes. I've never attended one of those before. So laughing out loud. Cynthia Martinez, right? David Ramsey, laughing out loud. Let me see. Dude, he a trip. That's right. Let me see. All right. So, hey, I highly appreciate, you guys are in here watching the stream with us. For those of you that are new, this is you have a collect call from or
Good
at
afternoon. My
collect
name
call
is
from.
Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
This isn't a
Good
joke neither.
afternoon,
Yep.
George Chance.
channel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stone Jeffrey 318966.
Stone Jeffrey. All
This
right.
hearing is being conducted in consideration of the application for Jeffrey Stone, inmate number 318966. He's serving a sentence of 10 years executed, suspended after 4 years jail with 3 years probation for burglary, third, in violation of protective order.
All right,
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 5th, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed.
Okay, thank you for showing me that.
Danger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system, defenders are all strong. The SOT falls within the high range of risk for recycling. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I can read what I wrote. Is that possible?
Yes, you can, Mr. Stone. Thank you.
No.
All right.
Isn't it like 60%?
Speaking for parole, why I feel I deserve parole. Throughout these 2 years that I've been incarcerated, I've come to realize that no one else is to blame for any of my mistakes and poor choices that led me up to the recent time that I am now serving. So you ask why I deserve parole? I feel I deserve parole because I, for once in my life, have taken full accountability as well as responsibility for my actions that made my victim have to suffer. And for that, I know I am wrong and sincerely apologize. If granted parole, I already have long-term goals and a strong support of family and friends to help me stay grounded and away from any type of negativity that could bring me back to incarceration. For the goals that I have set for myself is to get back into the workforce and to be a better individual in the community. Sorry. And as being on parole, I am willing to do any programs deemed by parole or any court system. I am not perfect by any means, but I will try each day to be better. And I haven't changed just for parole. I had to for once take life serious because you only get one life to live. And time doesn't wait for no one. So therefore, I feel I deserve parole. To show myself and others I choose to have around me that I am more than just a jailbird and inmate. And lastly, I have no urges to drink any type of alcohol nor drugs. Due to it does that not go well with my thinking process. With that being said, if I'm granted parole, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
With that being said, if I am granted parole, I will be a shining example of excellence. Sincerely, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. We appreciate that. We're going to ask you some questions and then we'll make a decision about parole at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll begin with the questions. So, Mr. Stone, you're here today for burglary third, violation of protective order. Why did you break into the victim's house?
I was under the influence of alcohol and we had a substantial argument due to that. And I was just not in the right state of mind at the moment.
You've taken domestic violence before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you taken the domestic violence program?
That I remember, I say this is my second time.
Second time in prison? How about in the community?
I've never had taken it in the community.
Okay, all right. That's interesting. All right, you have a pretty long criminal history too, and you have not done well on community supervision. Do you know that you have 11 failures on community supervision?
11?
I did not know that, ma'am.
Yeah. Why do you think you struggle when you're on supervision?
I'm an outlaw.
It's just the company that I keep. It's not. I understand it's me because I have to take the responsibility. But it's just the company that I choose to be around.
It's my friends. It's not
me. And that's what end result, I end up getting into trouble.
There it is.
What were you doing while you were in the community? Were you going to treatment?
I was going to CBH, Connecticut Behavioral Health.
Okay.
And they were helping me with my mental health and to stay grounded on my meds.
Were you on your meds when you committed this offense?
Thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it.
No, I was not. I started drinking.
And how are you feeling today?
I feel wonderful, ma'am.
It's good to hear. Okay. So you've taken the anger management program and you took domestic violence. I saw that you got a very good evaluation for your anger management, said you're a good participant. And then the domestic violence, you did okay. Which program do you think was most helpful?
I'd have to say the domestic violence because that's my problem.
Don't beat my lady.
I'd have to say domestic violence, ma'am.
Or man, you never know nowadays.
And what do you think you took away from the domestic violence that you'll use in the community?
that for one, that no one deserves to have to go through any type of verbal abuse or,
Yeah.
you know, just being in a situation where they feel uncomfortable, you know? And I've taken that, you know,
He
there is
definitely
better
answered a lot better
options
than
than
the dude from
stand there and
yesterday.
argue. I can walk away or find something else to do rather than trying to keep arguing and make a situation even worse.
The victim in this offense, what's
Tammy,
your
thank you for the
relationship
follow.
with her?
Appreciate it.
That's my fiance, my wife.
Oh, she
It's your
didn't leave you?
fiance.
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Did you know you got a protective order and you can't?
Is there,
come in
well, there's a
contact with her
protective
while on
order. I
parole?
know it's over at the end of October or mid-October.
We
Do you
might
know
be
that?
renewing
I
it.
wasn't really, no, ma'am.
So you're already violating without even knowing.
You have a friend in Norwich that you want to release to?
Yes,
Okay. And do you have a job at Napa Auto, or is that where you hope to work?
that's where he's already has me lined up with a job there.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stone, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
no questions, Madam Chair.
Oh, this is going to be the
Yes.
tough one. The first one
So,
normally goes
Mr.
easy.
Stone has had several assault charges, and his, criminal history, and, I just find it, concerning.
Mm.
It started back in 2008,
Mhm.
and it continued to 2010.
Mm.
Then he had another one in 2012,
2012. Ooh, two already.
and
Within
then he
4-year
had
period.
one in 2015,
2015. Snap.
and, in 2021, he has one for which he's, serving time for, so that's quite a bit
keeps
of
going.
assault charges. And I know he said this is his second time completing domestic violence, but you've never taken domestic violence in the community. You haven't?
Understandable.
Okay, got your tongue.
So I really don't have any questions. It was just concerning with
Joseph. It keeps
community
going.
releases and his assault charges.
I mean, sorry, Cynthia. It keeps
All
going.
right.
Joseph,
So, Mr.
right
Stone, we'll
there.
now discuss your case.
Jay,
Okay.
you have
So
a call from.
for today, I do not have Mr. Stone voted to parole. He's got 11 community failures out of 12. I appreciate that he has
They're
no
alone.
disciplinary
Gracias for the
reports,
follow.
did take anger management and
Told you
domestic
guys.
violence, which I think are beneficial.
Cynthia.
He says he's feeling good today while he's on his medications. It's, as
Nice,
Ms.
man.
Chance
What
pointed
James
out,
anywhere
his
from
criminal
Javier.
history is
I talked to him
one
last week. He was supposed to call me back,
violation
but
after
he never,
another
he
with
never followed back
assaults
up.
and breach of peace. It's the same repetitive behavior throughout. He did admit that he has an alcohol problem. His end of sentence is not till June 2026. Even though I don't have voted to parole today, I would be willing to rehear him, having had him take an addiction services program.
Madam Chair, I appreciate everything that you've submitted, and I see why you would want him to complete that program and come back. For me, it's a no. I don't have him returning for a new hearing. Mr. Stone has been in and out of prison repeatedly. They've given him short sentences, try to work them out in the community, and he's just not getting it for some reason. So I'm glad that he has support out in the community. I'm also happy that he has job aligned and that he's doing well on his medication. I would encourage him to continue on that path so that when he is released for his probation,
Joseph,
he can complete
don't
it successfully this time.
for
Sure,
sure,
thank
yeah.
you. Thank you. And Ms. Chance?
I agree with everything Mrs. Spade said. I
we
did
don't
not have
have-
it coming.
We don't have
Okay.
parole. That's right. I
All
heard
right.
about that.
So in the matter of
Virginia.
Jeffrey Dwayne Stone,
You guys
inmate
do all
number
your time.
318966,
Hey, thank you for the
is a
follow,
motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Criminal history, poor performance on community release. Anything else? No. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr.
Damn,
Stone,
that's
we are
it.
unable to vote to
Hush,
parole
money,
today. We wish you the
carnal,
best of luck.
Sanchez 818.
All right,
Gracias.
thank you for your time and effort.
I
You're
was
welcome.
laughing. Oh, maybe next time. he is due to come out in 2026, I believe, if I heard correctly. Next. Anyhow, so for those of you that are on TikTok, we also have a YouTube channel, and on the YouTube channel we take live phone calls from incarcerated
Well, have a good
individuals.
weekend.
That's it?
Bye,
Thank you.
Come on now.
BFF.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
that's it? Come on. Anyhow, we got some more coming through right now on I believe, where is it? Where's the state at? They're supposed to be starting one at
You guys all sat in there?
in about 4 minutes. Oh, hold on. What did it say? Are they taking a lunch break, or what are they doing? Let me see right here. It says the live event will continue in a moment. All right, so we'll go ahead and stick around, wait around to. It has ended. Well, you know what? Let's do the playback here from the ones we missed, because
Correct.
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
Let's see what it is.
Okay, now you guys are live. Menard,
Nice, man. You
so
should, look
mute
up
the
older Utah
conference
parole
room if
hearings
you're not
for
muted, but you are
older
muted, so you're good.
with,
Just wanted to let you know you
white
guys are
hair
live.
and beard. You can look it up on YouTube. All right, I'll look it up. Gracias. El Iceman. All right, let me adjust this right here. There it is. Thank you for adjusting the camera right there. Let me move this around right here. And let me see. Cynthia said I knew it. Sanchez 818 the Joseph wrote, damn. G Money 18 followed the live creator. Gracias, highly appreciated. Trying to get to that 10,000 mark, and man, we're at 8,072, so we're definitely inching away. So highly appreciated. All the ones following, liking, subscribing, and all that good stuff. Hey Tim, gracias, highly appreciated. So like I was saying earlier on, we do have a YouTube channel where we do take live phone calls, and if you go on their playlist, I think we have Mexi writes, what is this? This is actually a parole hearing in where was it? What state is it? Connecticut. All right, Jenny A, gracias, good morning. Buenos dias. Cynthia writes, when you have a loved one in there and myself, it just happens. Yeah, there it is. Let me see. Does CA have live parole hearings? Nah, CC, nah, they don't. But you can actually, interesting enough, you can actually attend them. You just have to reach out to the Board of Parole Hearings. I'm hoping that I'm able to attend one next week. I reached out to them a few months back, and then I also did a follow-up email a few days ago, and they said that they were still processing my request. So if we are able to get into a California hearing, hey, be on the lookout for parole hearings from California, if you will. And let me see. We got.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record and certify their reviewed statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Almeri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning. I'm panel member Page. Oh, the camera's off, but that's okay.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name Benway, 416-560. Morning.
All right. Buenos
The
dias,
hearing is
Benway.
being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Brendan Benway, inmate number 416-560. He's serving a sentence of 4 years, executed, suspended after 30 months jail,
Get your PI
13 months
license.
probation for possession with intent to sell / distribute narcotics,
I'll go ahead and look into
in
it. Thank you.
violation
Highly
of probation
appreciate
with the underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 9th, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender is participating in the 5-day job and Tier 2 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's
1970,
overall
gracias
score
por the
falls within the
follow.
moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hey, can you just wait 1 second, Mr. Benway? Is there any way to adjust the camera?
Yeah. Can we adjust?
Want to make sure you can see all three board members. There we go.
Barry
better.
62, gracias for the
Can you
follow.
see all
Highly
three of us
appreciate it.
now?
He might
Yes,
get it.
ma'am.
Excellent. Okay, go ahead.
Want to, read this paper if it's okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Hell yeah,
I
came
would like
ready.
to thank the Board of Parole and Pardon for taking the time to see me and hear what I have to say.
Linda, you're welcome. I feel
If I
like
was to
I'm
get
at work,
accepted for
but
parole,
glad
I would
found your
use this
page. Gracias,
time
highly
and
appreciate it.
opportunity to better myself and others. Most of all, do better for my kids, my family, and life, period. I understand 100% what I did was wrong. And what I did was not only had an effect on me, but also had an effect on my family, my kids, and also the community and loved ones around me.
Elizabeth, gracias for sharing the
What I
live.
was doing was wrong. I was going about my life and things the wrong way. I could have worked hard to get the things I wanted. I understand that a job and hard work pays off now. I really would like to have a chance to better my life and show parole that I have changed my life and started to really better myself. I want to go home and stay involved in drug treatment programs in society and community. I would like to
Keep going.
Yeah,
I
what
would
are you
like to
interrupting
do
him for?
counseling and trying to give back as much as I can.
Sounded like you got a hairball in your throat.
I want to look back in a couple of years and really say, look how far I've come
He might
in
get
life and how I have
it
done.
from Cynthia.
I have learned so much this time being incarcerated. I've studied plumbing classes so I could get a better job and better myself as a person when I get
That's a
home.
good holly right there.
I have learned a lot of skills in my Tier 2 program.
Tira número dos.
I want to take up school and do college classes when I get home
All right.
to help me with better my future for me and my family and just do the best that I could for them. I don't want to be doing the wrong thing out there. I want to be doing the right thing by them. I want to make my family, my kids, and everyone around me proud.
Hell yeah.
I also like to start by removing my face tattoos
Okay.
and all my tattoos, period, so I can look like a respectable person in society and be looked at as a respectable young man.
Make good use of your
I
time.
also have a good job set up for me when I get home.
Yeah, he did his thing in there.
I'm an assistant manager at Splash Detailing in West Haven.
Hey, gracias for the like.
I plan on working there and overnight jobs just to do as best as I can. Also, my other plans are to fix my license
Okay.
and get my CEO when I get home to try and better my future.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Benway. Sounds like you put a lot of effort into that, a lot of thought.
Brett,
We appreciate it. We're going to be asking you some questions. When we're done with the questions, we'll deliberate and give you our
when you get out, are
decision.
you gonna go straight?
Right.
All right. Ms. Chance will begin with the questions this morning.
All right.
So, Mr. Benway, thank you for taking the time to express to us why you think you deserve parole today.
Yeah, I'm sorry I
So-
stuttered a little bit. I was a little nervous.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time. No worries.
You did fine. So you say you have a good job
Thank you
as
for
the
the follow.
assistant manager at Splash Car Wash.
Yep.
But when you were arrested, wasn't that the same job you had?
What?
No, so
Robert,
When I
thank
got
you for
arrested-
thank you for joining through the share.
I wasn't arrested as the day of the things I was doing. So I stopped and was trying to do the right thing and better my life.
I
But
see.
it was already too late. They already had their
Rollins, thank you for the follow.
investigation
Appreciate it.
going, and what I did was it was too late already. But
Late and ready for what?
Yeah, ready for what?
when they did the investigation, it was months before everything.
Right.
So the time I started working, it was already set in stone of what was gonna happen to me.
So you knew the investigation was going on, but you went and got the job.
No, I didn't know the investigation was going. was a surprise search warrant. I had no idea of nothing.
Did it notify you?
So you were found with quite a bit of heroin and fentanyl.
I'm sorry, you said what?
You were found with quite a bit of fentanyl
Oh, don't say that.
or heroin or a mixture of both.
Mm.
Yes, ma'am.
Why
no,
were
don't
you
say that.
selling drugs?
What?
To be honest with you, I just the crowd I was around. You know, I was just being really young-minded. I wasn't using my brain.
Mr. Benway, let me remind you that you weren't as young-minded as you think. You were, you know, I mean, you started out before 25, but you're now what, 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's what my daughter does. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot about it.
So, and your last
for the follow. Thank you.
3 trips on community release, you failed all of them. Why?
Last what?
3 community releases.
Oh, 3 times previous.
You failed them.
As in halfway house?
Huh?
Probation,
You were
Thinking
on
he ain't getting it now.
probation.
and he failed that 3 times.
And you were on probation when you committed the current
of the board
offense.
and they be denied,
Yes, ma'am.
especially if you don't really
So,
try to change you up.
one of your violation of probation was a violation of
Virus,
protective order.
gracias. Highly appreciate the
Were you
follow.
required to take a
Lucas,
domestic
what, 3
violence
times?
program in the community?
Yes, I
Boss
completed
Nation,
that.
gracias for the follow.
You completed that.
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I don't know the exact date. I'm pretty sure it was the Evolve program, virtual, through virtual.
In a bit. Blessed day, gracias
Oh,
for the
you did
follow.
it
Highly
virtual.
appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is there that your understanding was, because, you know, you violated that protective order?
To this violation of probation,
Coronavirus.
I didn't violate a protective order. The protective order was Senator Medina. I just violated my probation.
Mm.
That was originally for the protective order.
Right.
Protective order. El Sosa, love man, is why I violated this protective
Sorry,
order.
I think I feel like I was confused on that.
Yeah, normally when I hear the protective
What
orders,
is it that
and
you're
it's a
confused
condition,
about?
It's normally a setup.
I thought you said that I violated my protective order just now on my what I was just released for.
Well, your violation of probation, the underlying offense is protective order, but you violated the probation with your current charge. Okay, and you were on probation for the protective order. So you violated that because you committed the current offense.
We can.
Do you understand now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing the live.
So you took tier 2 and you said it was very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Bless, thank you for sharing the live.
What is it that you learned this time in tier 2 that you didn't get before?
Honestly, I learned that
thank you for the like.
Drugs have a really impact, not just on me.
Juan, thank you for the follow.
And I've started to realize that it has a big effect on my kids, my family, community, not just me, but also the people that are using drugs, their family, their loved ones, and the impact that it has on their lives. How it destroys lives and families and relationships and put people away from their kids. I learned that it's not right.
Okay.
And
now, did you complete that plumbing certificate?
Yeah, I get it Monday.
Oh, so you just finished it.
Yeah,
Very
good.
good.
job.
Yep.
So now that you have that, I know you indicated in your opening comments that you have that assistant manager job at the Splash Car Wash in West Haven. So, and you also mentioned getting your CDL. So how does your plumbing certification come into play?
How my what? I'm sorry.
Your plumbing certification that you received.
That also comes into better job opportunity and trying to better my life.
Wow.
Are you gonna follow through on that?
What he
Yes,
got
ma'am.
his CDL. at
How?
Salsa.
My aunt's husband,
Mhm.
he owns a how you say it, add-on addition, like he does additions for houses and stuff like that.
That won't
And
work.
he's actually encouraged me to do it. So when I go home with him, I could work because I can't work for him if I'm not certified because I can't be on his insurance.
Mm.
Right.
So I need to be on his insurance in order to work with him. So I do got a lot of job opportunities and things like that. My little brother owns a trucking company that he goes back and forth from Tennessee to Connecticut, from Texas. After he got out the Army, he opened it. So he said if I got my CDLs
You're
also,
talking, we can't
I
hear
could work with him and drive one of his trucks.
Yeah. Just to go back very quickly. So in order for you to pursue your plumbing license, do you have your GED or a high school diploma?
I got a couple more credits left. I got 1 or 2 credits left. And for your plumbing,
domestic
you
violence.
don't need a high school diploma.
To
But I
get
am.
plumbing
I'm sorry.
license?
Huh?
To go to plumbing school to get a plumbing license?
Yeah, because plumbing is a trade.
I know what you're talking. And most trades, you need to have a high school diploma, or a GED. So I think you need to do a little bit more research there.
Thank you for the follow.
I'm in school for it right now.
Okay. Well, that's good. So I hope you follow through with that. So you want to be released to your wife in Northford?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you have your social support as your wife, your aunt, and your grandmother?
Mm.
Yes, ma'am.
So were they always there for you?
Yes. And when I say they were always there for me, as in, if I'm doing dumb stuff,
Mm-hmm.
they make sure I be trying to stay in line, especially my wife. She honestly the greatest support system I think I've had in the last couple of years, trying to get me to better myself and do the right thing.
Well, I certainly hope that this time you are paying more attention to what you're saying that you're going to do and that you're going to follow through and do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good luck and thank you for answering my questions. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. I have no follow-up questions. Panel member H.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Benway, we will now deliberate about your case and give you our response in just a few moments.
All right.
All right, thank you. Ms. Chance? So I have to say, I think this time, Mr. Benway seems to be doing much better. I know he failed his previous 3 community releases, but it sounds to me like he's on the right path to realizing all of his mistakes. I appreciate the fact that he got a plumbing certificate and that there's a pathway for him to follow and that he has some support there. He does have a good job. We didn't verify it because I didn't have anything from the Splash Car Wash, but I know he was working there before his incarceration. So I am hoping that he will follow through and go there while he pursues his GED and his CDL. And I meant to ask him if he has a license. Do you have a driver's license?
He doesn't. He said he wants to fix it in his opening statement.
Oh.
So is it suspended?
I do have a license, but I ended up leaving my car on the side road right before I came in, and they give you a parking ticket. And if you don't pay your parking ticket within a certain amount of time, they do suspend your license. So I just got to pay my ticket.
Right, so it's suspended, which is
Yes,
what
ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So he's gonna take care of that. And he has good support in the community. He's going back to his wife, and he has
Meg, thank you for
family.
the follow.
So I would be willing to give him another opportunity to go out on discretionary parole.
I would agree with all of that. I think he was working, even though it was after they were investigating him for the drug sales. I know that Splash often does hire with reentry. I do agree with you
Free
on
the
the plumbing
guys.
certificate certainly opens a few doors for him,
From Detroit.
and he has support in the community. Panel member Page?
I agree.
Okay. And conditions?
You're absolutely right, Sanchez 818. He got family support and admitted his crime.
No contact with the SM.
SM? Is that from the protective order? So would that be a general no contact?
It would be in general now,
Okay.
because it's, all right.
Anything else?
Have domestic violence
See, again,
Yes, so
and mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Scores 3.
Okay. How about the no driving? Anybody want to add
no
that?
driving without you. Okay.
Okay. So in the matter of Brendan Benway, 416-560, there's a motion to grant parole on or after September 13th, 2024 with the following stipulations. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Community-based treatment for domestic violence and a general no contact with SM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those
second.
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Benway, best of luck to you.
Benway.
Thank you. I really want to thank you guys for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I promise to, do everything I'm supposed to do out there.
I hope so.
I told
You're
you I was
only
getting it,
27,
Cynthia.
such opportunity to change the
Pray our day
direction.
comes soon.
Thank you.
Okay.
This hearing.
All right. So one of the reasons that I am
Good luck,
doing
sir. You're all set.
doing these live streams from parole board hearings just because I do take calls from lifers that are currently located in the state of California, and I want to get a clear understanding. I know a lot of family members have questions in regards to what happens behind the scenes inside these parole board hearings. So I think one of the biggest things is you gotta admit your crime and not self-deflect and don't blame it on other factors. Own up to whatever you did, and your chances are a lot better coming home. And then also participating in programs, rehabilitating yourself, and changing your life. And
Davis?
everybody that's joining up,
Yes.
I appreciate it,
Okay.
and thank you for
Morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on a record, certify they received all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, George Chance.
Panel member Page. Morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Dwayne Davis, 419-442.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dwayne Davis, inmate number 419-442. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, executed, suspended after 30 months jail with 3 years probation for larceny second, evading responsibility / injury, failure to appear first, assault third, interfere with resisting an officer, threatening, violation of probation with an underlying offense of conspiracy to commit robbery second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 7th, 2023. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed choices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on
Good morning, buenos dias.
the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your
100%
opportunity
getting
to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I should be granted parole today because honestly, I felt like I learned from my mistakes. I'm still learning today as a young Black man. And honestly, I was going through a tough time when I was home in a dark place, and I'm ready to change my life for the better this time. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I can't live for me no more. I'll have to live for her now. And, you know, hopefully if you do guys let me on parole, hopefully I can impact other people's life and show them the way, you know, that it's still never too late to change.
Did you see that you have a daughter? That's why you're making a face.
That's why. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. Did we interrupt you?
No, man.
You're all set? Okay.
Yes.
We were just looking at each other because our records indicate you have no children.
And I have a 2-year-old daughter.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. So, Mr. Davis, we will be asking you some questions and then we will deliberate and give you our decision about parole this morning. Okay? So, you know, I think a lot of the charges pretty much speak for themselves. You were stealing cars, you got in an accident, you didn't go to court. You know, then you have this threatening, this interfering, and you were on probation while it was all happening. So why were you struggling in the community and committing all these new offenses?
I was just in a dark place. I didn't have nowhere to live.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean you were in a dark place?
So for me, this dark place was stability. I didn't have a stable roof over my head. Rent kept going up. I got evicted. You know, I've been homeless. You know, it's been rough. You know, and then the loss of my best friend took a toll on me, and I've been fighting addiction for my whole life through alcoholism.
Okay, I did take note that when you met with the parole officer, you discussed believe you have a problem with alcohol. You were homeless when you were arrested, or you were just
on the
here
road?
and there?
Yes.
You were homeless.
Yes.
How long were you homeless?
About 3 months.
All right. So where were you staying at night?
In my car.
In your car. If you had a car, why were you stealing cars?
The person that actually sold me the car, it was stolen. I didn't necessarily just went to the car and steal it. This time, when I got arrested, the person that sold me the car, it came back stolen. I had no idea.
How much did you pay for the car?
$3,200.
Wouldn't that have satisfied some rent for you to get another apartment?
I mean, during the time, I needed a car. I didn't want to take the bus. I didn't want to take the train. It was cold outside. It was just the right time for me. So I took it upon myself to buy the car, and no, I didn't think it was stolen.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. So why did you have this, what I realize it was not a firearm, but why did you have this temperature, food temperature gauge wrapped up in black tape like a firearm?
Honestly, I really don't remember. I really don't recall that. When I got arrested that time, I was highly intoxicated, like highly.
Okay.
He's not ready for parole.
All right.
Meg.
So you were on probation. What were you doing for probation?
Probation? I was on probation for the robbery charge. I came on from Mason Youth for.
Okay. And I know you were on probation for a robbery, but what was probation requiring that you do?
Maintain a job, and I was working at LA Fitness in car dealership, so I always was employed. Like getting a job was never a problem for me. It would just
never.
So I do make note that you were working at the dealership in LA Fitness. So I guess I'm struggling as to why you have all these other charges. You're in a stolen car, and you had no place to live. Good question.
Rent was high. You know, I couldn't really manage. I was in between. I'm spending more money on going to work than I actually am making. So it was like, I had to keep with a consistent car. My car would break down, so I would just have to keep buying new cars.
Okay, all right. So you have all these arrests, and they're on different dates. So had you posted bond and were back out in the community after you got arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you fail to appear for court?
I got shot.
That's a good reason not to go to court.
Okay. So were you in the hospital?
Yes. And they took note of that, and they told me that they're going to raise my bond because they have no proof. But I showed them my gunshot wound, and I was on crutches. But they still raised my bond. And I left the courtroom.
Okay. So then they issued a rearrest warrant for you because you left the courtroom.
Yes,
Okay.
and I specifically told them that I'm going to the eight. They said the bond was going to be 15,000. I said I told them I was going to the ATM with my dad to get the money.
You
So
can
when I came
pull out
back, they
15 Gs
issued the
from the
arrest. They
court
told me you have
from the
arrest.
ATM.
The public defender told me that because I left.
You probably shouldn't have left, right? You've been to court before. You know the judges gets pretty prickly when you don't obey the court orders.
Yes, but recess usually 30 minutes, and I came way back before then. And I know I took it upon myself to do it, but I just didn't want to go to jail that day, especially I was injured. I couldn't even walk.
Oh,
All right, so let's move on.
crutches,
Let's
wheelchair.
talk about your behavior while you've been incarcerated. So you have 4 tickets, threatening, intox. Why can't you get along? And why are you using drugs while you're in jail?
I can explain the drug part. It's actually no excuse. Literally, it's no excuse in my behavior. I take full accountability for that. It was kind of a mixture of peer pressure and it's hanging around bad company, you know. But every day I regret that. I really do regret that.
I mean, that was not very long ago. That was only about 4 months ago.
Yes. It was a point in time. I just got weak. I didn't know. No, I'm just waiting for the police report. I couldn't see community release. I just got weak, and it was a misunderstanding. Honestly, it was really peer pressure.
Well, it's not really a misunderstanding. I'll take peer pressure. Yeah, but I'll take that. I don't know if you can have a misunderstanding about using drugs. I can appreciate that everybody maybe around you is doing it, and you join in. So you took the Voices program. That's the only program you've been able to do?
Yes.
And I made a note. You said you learned common sense. When did you finish the Voices program?
I finished it May.
All right. Right around the same time that you were having the disciplinary reports?
Yes. The reason why I caught the threatening ticket in the first place is because it was a rookie CO. Me and him had an argument, and I am 6'4", 280 pounds, so I can see how he felt threatened by me. So he pressed, it's a button, it's a signal 11, he pressed the button, and they transferred me to Brooklyn. So whenever you go to Brooklyn, you get a random yarn, and that's how that took place, and that's how I'm here today.
Oh, all right. Well, you know, there's so many things that I could say about that statement. One is, you know, I think it has no bearing on your size or the CO size. And let me finish. And that's why you got the ticket, is because they took a drug test. You have a ticket because you used marijuana while you were incarcerated.
Yes.
That's the bottom line. So I made a note that you said from the Voices program, you learned common sense. So I was a little bit perplexed in seeing that and then seeing the disciplinary reports. Tell me why you think you learned common sense.
When I was home, I thought of impulse. I didn't really think much, you know. So when the program common sense to me means that I understand what I'm doing and what's the consequences behind it. And I understand what I was doing when I decided to smoke marijuana, and I understand the consequences behind it. At the time, I wasn't thinking about the consequences. You know, I just wanted to get the feeling the way I was feeling. It was a temporary feeling. I didn't think about it. It was just, I got weak. Like I said, again, it was kind of a mixture of peer pressure, and I took that upon myself to do it.
All right. Okay. Your release plan includes going to a halfway house?
Yes.
And you think you can get employment with your uncle who runs an internship program?
Yes, he's actually a reentry coach in Stanford through Domus. It's called Invictus. It's through Domus in Stanford.
Yep, I'm familiar with that.
Yes, so I've been familiar with them since I was about 14 now. So I've been having ever since.
Okay. Great. So tell me, what else do you need other than living at the halfway house and working for your uncle or going through his internship program? What do you think you need to be successful in the community?
It's just stay away from negative people. I never had a hard time working. It's just sometimes that I get ahead of myself and I just start to hang around these bad influences. Yeah. But from this point forward, I don't think that's going to happen anymore, because after parole, I want to enlist in the Air Force. I already talked to a recruiter. They're working on waiving my felony. So hopefully that goes good.
I'm not familiar with how that process works, but if that is your understanding and that's correct, I think that's not such a bad plan.
Mhm.
You have not taken an addiction services program,
don't have an
and
addiction.
you're not working. In terms of your alcohol addiction, what do you think you need for that?
For me, it's just bad influences. It's just the people, my childhood friends. I can say that a lot. They play a big part of my life. And this time around, I'm just gonna tell them straight out for it. I don't want them involved in my life. I've never been scared to tell anybody. So I'm just take this time and I'm gonna tell them, like, I don't want to be involved with you guys.
All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for answering my questions. Panel Member Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Davis, in reviewing your file, there seems to be a pattern of your being out of control of your anger. For example, your explanation for why you got into a fight with your roommate or you beat him up is because he took your picture and put it on social media, and you weren't happy about that.
Woo.
Then,
Oh no.
Excuse me.
go ahead.
It was a nude picture, actually.
A nude.
Okay, but still, you assaulted him because of that. You could have, I mean, there's a million different ways that you could have handled that. Then shortly after that, you get in a car accident on the highway. The car is on fire and the police are trying to help you, and you threaten to shoot the police officer. And then, you're driving and you're under the influence of PCP. I mean, then you come into the prison and you get 4 disciplinary infractions. And because you have the 4 tickets, you can't take any programs. It's a combination of too much. The fact that you're very, very young and you still have your entire life ahead of you is promising. However, given the fact that you rate out extremely high, I've seen that there's some propensity for violence in your criminal history, and you have not done well during previous releases out in the community. I will not be able to support your request for discretionary parole today. Okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So I just need to clarify, according to our records, he completed the Voices program November 20, 2023. He has acknowledged that he has a problem with alcohol and has not taken an addiction services program because of his DRs. So for me, and I'm going to agree with some of the comments that Mrs. Page said, I do think he needs an anger management program, and I do think he needs to take a substance abuse or addiction services program. And he did fail to notify the court about his injury. Instead, he didn't show up. And the poor decision to buy a car instead of renting a room, all of that negative behavior and poor decision is part of why he's here today. So I think Mr. Davis has a ways to go. So,
all right, thank you. So I think we all seem to be in the same place with Mr. Davis. He's just not suitable for discretionary parole today for a variety of reasons. One, he really hasn't done the programs that would benefit him to go out into the community. His disciplinary reports are concerning. The number of charges over different periods of time, his failed community supervisions. So I think we're all in agreement that he doesn't have much to the end of his sentence. The goal, I think, would be if he could do addiction services, maybe an anger management program would certainly give him the best opportunity for success in the community. So I had poor institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, and evidence of offender change. Anything else?
I have that he was also on probation when he committed the offense. I'm not sure if that's one that you want to add.
I would like to add that. Ms. Chance?
I had that one too, but I also had his criminal history.
Okay. So you want me to add criminal history?
I think that those 3 are adequate in my opinion. But
so in the matter of Dwayne Davis, 419442, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. or institutional adjustment, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Davis, we wish you the best of luck. Try and do a little bit more programming before you go out to probation. Will only benefit you.
Good luck, sir.
This is.
How you doing, man?
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify that they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available current information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, I'm panel member Page.
Good morning, Kai Green.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning, Kai Green, 438-996.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kai Green, inmate number 438-996. He is serving a sentence of 10 years executed suspended at 3.5 years jail with 5 years probation for larceny second, 4 counts of burglary third, failure to appear first, illegal possession of a weapon or motor vehicle, and attempt to commit burglary third and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 7th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following. He's completed anger management and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sorry if I'm kind of nervous, but one of the reasons why I should be prevented parole is I do have a little speech I would like to read, if you don't mind.
No, we'd rather have you read something. Thank you.
Thank you. I, Kai Green, feel as I should be honored your vote for parole because I have come to realize that I want better for myself as well as for my 2 kids. I have realized being honest, truthful, feeling remorse about the past life I lived makes me a better person, not just for myself, but to my kids as well. If I can go back and do the things different, I would have. But I'm making it my utmost business to work on moving forward and not going back. I, Kai Green, will be honored to receive your vote because my plan is to reach out to temp programs that are willing to give an opportunity at a job placement until I build a resume for a long-term better job. Reach out to Husky Healthcare that will provide dental healthcare as well as transportation to inmates being released from prison. Follow up with the resources that the Father program is willing to provide to me through DCFs such as housing and basic needs. I will also follow up with the CHR programs that can help me with not just myself, but with the trauma my family has been put through since I have been incarcerated. My goal is once I start this process, my job is to comply with the parole with the terms that I signed off to and work, provide, and see that my family needs are being met while keeping my job in the community. These are just some, most, but not least reasons why I should be honored your vote for parole. Another reason why I should be honored your vote for parole is because I do have a recommendation from the GED program that I am currently in through the school teacher, social studies, Ms. Clemens. I have got this the other day. I don't know if it's in my master file or not. I've completed the Voices program. I think sometime around last year or so, or a year and a half ago, I've completed the Voices program. And I also have recently completed the anger management program last week.
Excellent.
I have also did a little bit of research on the Regional 4 program that helps with communication skills, co-parenting discipline, community health network that helps with Husky members to certify community health workers. They assist with education, employment, education resources, primary care providers, medical services, obtaining the Husky Health connections, and also the Northern Western Connecticut Reentry Council resources. They basically have the same concept of assistance, transportation, education, employment, housing, access to healthcare, identification. Basically what I'm trying to imply, if I can be transparent, is I do have a plan.
Okay, those are community-based programs?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever been involved with them before?
I have did research on them because I've been in DCF since I was 12 years old up until 2.5 years ago. So they have implied to me basis things like OPP, which is through Jessica Blake, which helps you with need assistance from ages 16 to 25. I am currently in that age range, which means I am eligible for the Project Reach Transitional Housing Program that helps with young adult services from River Valley Services in Middletown, Connecticut. I've also reached out to housing authorities that I have right here that are willing to take in inmates that are being released from prison, that I believe there's 24 landlords or programs that are willing to do that.
Excellent. Okay, Mr. Green, why don't we ask you some questions now? You have a lot of good information there. Let us kind of ask you some questions and dig a little deeper, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Panel member Page will begin with the questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Green, I am very happy to see that you've done your research and actually prepared for today's hearings. Oftentimes, people in that seat, they come in, they're unprepared, and they just wing it. And I'm glad to see that you took this opportunity very seriously, and you knew that this was life or death. So, you know, no pun intended.
No, it's okay.
So that you know, you can show us that you are ready and you're prepared to go out. I'm happy to see that you participated in some positive programs. I'm very happy to hear that you're in school. That made me happy, honestly. And I also read that you were working. Are you?
Yes. So basically, what they do is the transition from the school education program is also not also an education program, but it's considered a job. So you basically it's 2 for 1, and I realized that, so I just took the opportunity.
Okay. And so, how many subjects? I know you did social studies. What else in school?
I also have science, reading, and mathematics. Right now, my current specialty is social studies, history. So I have been watching like different things on television, script news, debates, stuff like that.
And have you taken any of the tests yet towards the GED?
I have taken the MD class. I took the M class for mathematics. I took the D record for I think I have the record.
Did you pass math?
I haven't passed math. I took basically I didn't want to jump right into it because my thing is time. So I guess you have 45 minutes to answer questions, and my thing is the teacher didn't want to just push me into it because my thing is I take a long equivalent amount of time because I have to be precise with the things I have to, you know.
Yeah, no, I get it. Listen, I don't even think I could pass the math portion or any portion of the test, to be honest with you. So I understand completely. I'm just happy that you're taking the time out to work on yourself while you're in there. And keep working. I hope that when you're released out into the community that you continue working on your education, because having that piece of paper is something that they can't take away from you. That makes you more marketable in the community, gives you a step above all the other people applying who don't.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said something about a reentry program, a North something. What was it? North what?
It is Northeastern. It's Northwestern Connecticut Reentry Council resources. that help you with assistance with education, transportation, housing, and also employment.
I heard all of that. And, you know, it does sound as if you've had a really tough upbringing and that, you know, you basically had to learn things on your own. And it looks like you gravitated towards the street to learn those things. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am. It's more like I had to advocate for myself for a long period of time going through DCF. And, you know, even though my mother was temporarily in my life here and there, I had to really realize, especially with having 2 kids, a son and a daughter, that there's certain things and certain ways I have to carry myself now. I can't just be out there doing anything that's putting not just me at risk, but other people, such as my kids.
Right. Well, Mr. Green, you're still very, very young and you have a long life ahead of you. But let me give you just one little snack.
Yes,
I know people say little bite, little tidbit.
Yes, ma'am.
Parents aren't perfect. They do the best that they can with what they have.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
you know, I would encourage you to cut your mom just a little bit of slack.
Yeah. I call my mom almost every week. She's the Jehovah's Witness. So I have been engaged in the Jehovah's Witnesses services, and I've realized that it really wasn't her fault. The reason why is because my mother had 10 kids. And when you have 10 kids, it's hard to keep up with each individual. It's hard for me to even keep up with 2 individuals, and I have 2 of my own.
Exactly.
So my mother had 10, so I don't fault her for
Okay, good.
it's really hard on her.
So let's talk about this gang involvement. Why did you join the gang?
I have, which is right here.
I know you were renounced, but I'm asking you, why did you? So
basically around the time, I should say I was about 12 years old, bad influence, you can name it, you know, not listening to my mother, you know, getting involved with the wrong crowd. You know, I had older brothers I looked up to that were involved in gang activity, you know, the type of environment in the neighborhoods that we do strive from are based around gang activity, gang relations.
You grew up in Hartford, right?
So based on that, I realized going through the incarceration program and the SRG program and actually completing it made me feel way better than me actually getting down with a gang.
Yeah. Well, I really do hope that you're done with that gang violence, Mr. Green, because like you said, you do have 2 very young children, a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. And the last thing, one of the cases that I read, you know, their 2 rival gang members were shooting in a house because they thought someone else was in there and shot a 3-year-old. And you don't want to be in that. Exactly. So you need to leave that stuff alone. You know, you've done a very good job. Honestly, I came in here with a question mark in terms of your request for, in terms of your, my decision for your parole. And I wanted to speak to you. I didn't like the disciplinary infractions, but to your credit, you have remained out of trouble for it looks like a whole year now. You are in school. You're doing a lot of positive things. I did not like the fact that you were on probation when you committed this offense and that probation was terminated. I do hope that you understand that if you are granted discretionary parole, that parole officers have arresting powers. That means they don't have to go back before the court to get an order. They can come right to wherever you are and get you without explanation. So I would encourage you again to utilize whoever your supervising officers are in the community as a resource, because that's what they're there for. Yes, they can, they have arresting powers and they can remand you, but it's more important that you use them for some of those resources that you said that you have for housing, for transportation, they have all those resources for you as well. I commend you again on your efforts, sir, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Panel Chance.
So, Mr. Green, all the services that you talked about that's available in the community, and what Were you ever offered those services before, either
So-
by DCF or
So
while
when
you
I
were
was,
out on
so
probation?
the reason why it's so easy for me to reach out to these resources and know most of these resources is because I have been in DCF since I was 12 years old, and being in DCF since 12 years old makes me build up a lot of knowledge through DCF and the way they work, and the transitional way they work are through programs that I can easily
So
grasp onto.
I asked you, have you ever been involved in those programs before? Either through DCF or
housing.
probation?
Housing, I believe, housing program. I have my own apartment now. That's it. That's basically it. That's
Right,
basically it.
so some of those services were offered to you before. But my understanding is that because of the people that you indicated, you said you were involved with the wrong people.
Yes, ma'am.
My reason for asking you that question is now you have some of those programs available to you again.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to know how you're going to make sure that this time you do reconnect and maintain those services until they end up in a positive outcome.
Yes, ma'am. One way I can maintain these services is, by me personally, I feel like at this point in time in my life, even though I am young, I feel like the best way is to have a consistent job. Staying home with my kids is the best opportunity I can do, because nowadays I look on the news, I look on national news, I watch ABC News, and I see a lot of things going on, a lot of children getting hurt, things that in such neighborhoods that I come from, and it bothers me. And you turn a different page when it bothers you. It doesn't just bother you, it irks your soul when you see somebody trying to drown their children at a beach, or somebody trying to drown their children at a hotel. It turns a different page in your life when the aspects change.
So those were all wake-up calls for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. And I do think that this time you have done a very good job in preparing yourself. And I appreciate all the research that you have done. So good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Green, we'll now discuss your case and give you our answer in just a minute or two.
Yes, ma'am. Of course.
Middlemember Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I really made my position clear. I really don't like the nature of many of Mr. Green's convictions. Didn't like the fact that he was on probation. But I did also point out no disciplinary infractions for a year. He's doing some very positive things to offset those negative behaviors. And although he is considered a high risk to recidivate, I think that the heightened level of parole, discretionary parole in the community will help him enhance his chances of completing the remainder of his probation and the sentence successfully. So I would support his request for discretionary parole.
Excellent. And him with a chance.
I absolutely agree with everything that Mrs. Page said, and I'm glad to hear that this time around he has done his homework in regards to some of those programs that were previously offered to him.
Great. All right, I agree with both my colleagues. Conditions. There was no contact with the proposed sponsor, so I had halfway house. Anger management I thought would be appropriate.
Well, he completed it in the facility already. That's not too hard. So
okay, so we'll take that off.
And I would do his co-defendant, Keyshawn Rothman. Is that person a relative of yours?
No, ma'am.
All right. Anything else?
I don't know if you want to put, but there was a general stay away because they identify the places that you got the frontage.
May I speak, ma'am? I do.
No, you can't. Let us finish first.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Are you talking about the burglaries?
No, I was gonna talk about my sponsor.
Okay.
The sponsor.
Well, we can't. We have to give you a halfway house because there was no contact with the sponsor.
And it's just in case you need.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
You're better off with it than without it.
Okay.
All right. So in the matter of Kai Paseo Green, 438-996. There's a motion to grant parole on or after January 7th, 2024. Conditions of a halfway house. No contact with co-defendant Keyshawn Rothman. Was there anything else?
Can we check the date? You said 24,
Did I say
January.
25? Got it.
Okay.
All right, I correct myself.
Was it? I thought, no, his eligibility date is January 7th, 2024. Is that right, Officer Menard? So it's today's date.
So it would be, right, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so parole eligibility as of today, 9/13/2024, with the conditions as previously stated. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Green, good
Thank
luck
you.
to you.
Thank you, I
Keep up the
appreciate
good
the
work,
time.
sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing. Kai Green, Commission 48.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by saying their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Joy Chance.
Panel member Page, good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and inmate for the record.
Mark Hill, 141290.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mark Hill, inmate number 141290. He is serving a sentence of 10 years executed suspended after 4 years jail, 3 years probation for 2 counts in possession with intent to sell/distribute, and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 2nd, 2023. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. He has completed a Tier 4 program, Alternatives to Violence, and Alternatives to Violence Advance. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, today I believe that I am on a road to recovery, which have allowed me to obtain a great deal of stability. And as I obtained the stability because of my road to recovery, I have developed how to communicate and how to process my thoughts. And also the tools that was provided to me allowed me to have a great deal of integrity. And with that integrity that I have also developed, I believe that I can use that and will use that to be a productive citizen in society.
Okay, Mr. Hill. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, we appreciate your statements. We will be asking you some questions, and then, as you know, we'll deliberate at the end.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Chance, we'll begin with our questions this morning.
So, Mr. Hill, Tier 4 is one of the better programs that they have at DOC. Can you give me a little bit more insight into what you gained from Tier 4? I know you said you gained some knowledge on how to maintain your stability and how to process your thought, but there must be more that you have learned because you have a very high drug score. And I want to hear more about how you intend to stay sober.
Well, I have developed a network and a group of people who will support me. And what I also have learned in the program, I've learned warning signs, relapse warnings, with also learning how to process my thoughts and my feelings. And all that there, I also learned to stay in a positive atmosphere that will keep me from picking up, using, or diverting into any other unreasonable way.
Oh. What about, did you attend NA or AA meetings? Did you participate in any 12-step meetings? Did you learn about a sponsor? Did you learn how you can live in a sober community?
Yes, ma'am. I have attended AA, NA meetings, 12-step meetings.
How often did you attend NA meetings and AA?
It's provided to me I attended 4 times a week.
Okay. And you participated, you said, in the 12-step?
And also the 12-step, which is every Monday. Yes, ma'am.
Did you go from 1 to 12?
Yes, if the time permitted me to go there, if I didn't have a group, yes.
What happened when you got to 12?
12 steps. But we started all over again. After 12,
Okay.
we start back to the beginning and we work back from 1 to 12 again.
Okay. Was there any particular one that you got stuck on?
There's quite a few that I got stuck on at first, but as I continue to elaborate and communicate with the group, I was able to overcome the ones that I got stuck on.
Can you give me an example of which one? Or
Well,
one of the ones you got stuck on?
A fearless and moral inventory of myself. I had got stuck on that one there. I came to the realization that I had to take a deep look and do my due diligence within myself to know myself in order to better myself.
All right.
So in terms of being in a sober community or live a sober life, do you have a sponsor? What do you think your role is in, or what is it that you have to do to live a sober life?
Well, for me to live a sober life, I would have to stay in a sober environment.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to stay around sober people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the follows.
And I would have to attend to my NAA meetings as much as possible.
Have you ever utilized a sponsor before?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Have you ever had a sponsor before?
Yes, I have.
How did that work for you? And do you think that's something that you would need to pursue?
Absolutely. I would actually need a sponsor. And at the time, it worked for me real good when I did have a sponsor. But because of me leading to my own understanding and wanting to do what I wanted to do, that's when things fell apart. But today I realized that a sponsor would allow me and have me to stay in the right path, in the right direction, pertaining to my recovery.
So tell me why you were not working.
Well, at the time, the reason why I wasn't working because I couldn't work in the facility because I was in a Tier 4 program. But then after
When you were in the community.
well, at the time I was working. I was working at Town Fair Tire, and I was working at Palace. I was working at Southern Pallet
Whatever's easier for you, my love.
Company. But because of my addiction, I had told them that I was leaving, and I began to use more. But I was working, but I left my job because of my addiction.
But you told the parole officer that you were not working when you were arrested. But that
Yes.
you previously, you said you were not working, but you previously was working at Southern Pallet in Wallingford, and you worked there for about 6 months.
Right, that was before I picked up and started using, as I explained to him. Then once I started using, I didn't have a job at that time because I left my job. But basically what I was saying to him, I was working before all that transpired. So overall, I wasn't working at that time, man, when I got arrested. Right. Mm-hmm. To clarify that.
So what are the skills that you have that's going to keep you in a job?
Well, I have numerous skills. I can do carpentry work. I work as a kitchen chef.
You have carpentry skills?
Yes, I have carpentry skills. I worked on assembly lines.
Do you have a potential job opportunity?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
I can always go back to Southern Pallet, or I can go back to Town Fair Tires.
You called or connected with someone there?
Yes, I have.
When did you do that?
That last year, I talked to the guy, one of my managers, Barry. And he let me know, whenever I get things straight, I can always come back there, is what I was told.
Yeah, but if I were you, Mr. Hill, I would call and follow.
Okay.
Because things have changed. How long have you been incarcerated?
Over 2 years, ma'am.
Right. And you've had a pretty extensive criminal history.
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
So what's going to be different this time? You've been successful before on some of your community releases, but hearing from you that it was working for you when you had a sponsor and then you chose to end it and go back to doing what you're doing. So what's going to be different this time?
Yeah. Good
I
question.
believe what's going to be different this time, that when I do obtain a sponsor, that I will take his advice, and I would also surround myself with people who are productive in society, people who are working, people who are doing what's right. And that will keep me on the right track. Along with my determination, wanting to do what's right and wanting to do the proper thing in life.
So who do you have for support in the community?
I have my brother, my sister, my parents. I have an ex-fiance, people who were involved in NAAA.
Were you in contact with them before you committed the current offense?
Yes, I was.
You didn't choose to reach out to them?
No, not at that time because of the dilemma I was going through. I felt shame, felt embarrassed.
And what are you going to do when you get those urges and cravings again, Mr. Hill?
I'm gonna contact people.
Contact what people?
People who are my support system, my sponsor.
Okay. Now, are you in contact with your two sons?
Yes, I am.
When was the last time you spoke with them?
I just spoke with him the other day, one of my sons.
Where do they live?
Well, they down south. One of them tried drugs, and the other one is in American, Georgia.
Well, you know, Mr. Hale, you're 60 years old.
Man.
I hope this time the light bulb has kind of gone off for you, but it's all going to be on you. You get so many opportunities in life, and then guess what happened? After a while, you know, your family and your friends just kind of get sick and tired.
Absolutely. You're right.
So you said your friend is where you're going to live?
Yes,
You have
ma'am.
a friend in
Yes.
Norwalk?
Right.
Okay. And so your release plan is to attend aftercare. Where are you going to go for aftercare?
The available place will be LIB Liberation or the App Foundation.
Have you contacted them?
I haven't contacted them yet, but I will.
Liberation what?
Liberation, drug liberation.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, Mr. Hill, I wish you the best of luck.
Yes.
And, you know, parole is very different than probation. And so, you know, if you screw up here, they'll just come and get you and bring you back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? Okay. Wish you the best of luck.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hale, I just want to clarify, were you in the MAP program?
Excuse me? Yes, ma'am. I was.
Yeah, and you're not any longer, though. You opted out?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. All right. I just want to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Can I
No
remember
question.
Paige?
Thank you.
And we will deliberate now, Mr. Hill, and
Yes.
give you our response in just a minute or two.
So I'm doing a poll. If you guys could
Mr. Hill
interact
has
with it up on the upper
completed
left.
the Tearful program. He seems to have gained some insight. He acknowledged that the last time he screwed up was because he stopped keeping in touch with his sponsor. So he basically knows what it is that he has to do. He has a sponsor. He has a decent support system and a job to go back to. And he has his GD. He did indicate that he has some skills to obtain a job, carpentry skills. And so his last DR was in August of 22. It was for disobeying a direct order. And so I think he did a lot better than he did before. So I would be willing to grant discretionary parole today.
Okay, I would as well. He's almost 50-50 on his community supervision. Maybe he can tip the scale. Panel member Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would not support Mr. Hill's request for discretionary parole. Just for the record, Mr. Hill was on special parole supervision at the time he committed this offense. That possession with the intent to sell 5 years, and that special parole was running during his incarceration and just expired this March 31st, 2024. According to the records that I've reviewed, he's participated in similar programming a number of times. And he's a multi-state offender. He struggles under supervision. And the last time that he was out in the community under discretionary parole, he absconded and came back with new charge.
He's a runner.
I'm all set. I think I can appreciate all the work that he's done. It's stuff that he's done in the past, and for that reason, I would not support his request for. I would not support his.
Okay. And panel member Chance, what conditions did you have?
I did have standard conditions.
I just had standard.
Okay. Okay. So in the matter of Mark Hill, 141290, there's a motion to grant parole on or after September 13th, 2024, with standard conditions of supervision. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. Okay, Mr. Hill, it's a majority decision to go out on parole.
He got it.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that you're a little further along in your age and that, you can kind of keep it together this time.
Yes.
All right, best of luck to you. You're
Thank
all
you very
set.
much. All right,
Thank
thank you, ladies. Yep.
That was definitely a nail biter right there. Man, I thought it was gonna be 50-50 on the poll show right here. For you guys that voted, it showed a 64% yes, 35% no. So we got man right here in Connecticut. They definitely keep these parole hearings moving pretty quickly.
Sit down.
Damn. Let's hurry up. And for anybody that's joined up and following today, really
Yes,
highly
have a
appreciate
seat.
you guys. And this is a
Good morning.
live Connecticut Board of Parole hearings, if you will. And I am your host, Colette Call James. And you should definitely check out our YouTube channel at Colette Call From. Check out our in live interviews from California incarcerated individuals, if you will. And we try to go live on a daily basis. I believe today we are going to be having some video visits from Centinela at about 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Definitely check it out. And most likely we'll be on TikTok. All right. Sam put, damn, why they don't play around. Is this live? Like right now, sorry. So for this one, this actually happened a little bit earlier on. We caught the tail end of the live. I think we caught about 2 or 3 people, and then they had it ended. So we're just we're playing back the ones we missed. But it was live earlier on today. All right. So how long have we been on already? I think today's hearing we're almost about 4 hours. So I'm assuming we got maybe about another 2 hours before they finish up all the hearings today. All right. So I'm gonna get the poll going. And I'll put it up. Let me see. How long should I put it up? Does it give me a time? Restart. Let me restart it. And this is the first time.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on a record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation this year.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel member Page, good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Charles Knowles, 371-392.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Charles Knowles, inmate number 371-2. He's serving a sentence of 15 years executed suspended after 4.5 years jail, 3 years and 4 months probation for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell / distribute narcotics, a violation of probation with the underlying offense of attempt to commit assault first, and conspiracy to commit assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 28, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the SRG program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe again.
I've been in and out of jail since I was 16 years old, and it took me a long time to realize that I have to think for other people and not just for myself and being selfish. I have a 15-year-old daughter who's in the process, like is in a group home, and it's like idolizes me, and she like striving to be like me, and I need to get home as soon as possible to show her that this is not the lifestyle.
Why you
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Can you slow down just a little bit?
Oh, I have a 15-year-old daughter that needs me. She's in a group home, and my mother is struggling with her. Like, my mother is her legal guardian, and I also have a 3-year-old son that calls and like asks his mother to reach out for me. And I've been in and out of jail this whole time, and I've been like staying focused, trying to do everything I need to do to get out there. I have a support system of my mother, my father, and two of my cousins that's willing to help me find a job. I have a sponsor. I can live with my mother now. I didn't have none of this support before, and I've been studying on the tablet, the driver's manual, because I already had. When I went home last time and I was in a halfway house, I applied to take my learner's permit test. So I need to get my driver's license, and I also been studying the CDL. So I would like to attend to driving school and better my life and do my civic duties, pay taxes. I had jobs before, and.
Okay, that's a lot of good information. We appreciate you giving us your thoughts on parole. We will be asking you some questions and then we'll make our decision afterwards. Okay. So, Mr. Knowles, I'll begin with the questions this morning. And as I look through your file, you were on probation when you committed this new offense.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What were you doing for probation? You go to treatment. Well, what did they ask that you do? Were they requiring you to go to treatment, reporting, working?
At the time when I caught the offense, I believe I was reporting like every 3 weeks to a month. I was working in a plating company in Naugatuck. I was working there for like over a year. I was working there through the halfway house, out the halfway house. And when I was working as a temp because the company won't hire you full time until you get out the halfway house. And then when I got out, I was working like close to like anywhere from 55 to 65 hours a week, plating company. And I got hired by the company, but it was like I wound up quitting the job because the transportation became an issue because I was living in Waterbury.
Okay. All right. I did read that.
You guys are tough
So
today.
transportation became an issue, so you stopped working.
It's not. I was like not that I stopped working. It's just that I cut back on my hours. I was struggling financially because my roommates had moved out from a condo that I was renting out. I had roommates at first, and then I guess being that I had a criminal record, one of my roommates, he had a DCF issue with his daughter, and he was trying to get visitation rights. So my landlord asked me, can I take it on? And at the time I was making good money because I had a coworker that was picking me up work and then dropping me off. And then when I slowed down, I kind of like started struggling financially.
Okay. I had that you were living with your son's mother prior to your
Too many
arrest.
excuses.
Yes,
sir.
So where were you living just before you were arrested?
That's with my son's mother, yes. That was before
Your
that.
son's mother. Okay. In Waterbury.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you were on probation, you were working. Sounds like things were going along okay for the most part. You were discharged with your end of sentence in September 2018, and then you started your probation. So you weren't really on probation very long before you started selling drugs again.
No.
Right? That's pretty accurate.
That's when I was working. When I first started probation, I already had a full-time job, and I actually got hired from the company maybe like 2 weeks after me getting out the halfway house.
Okay, so you were okay. I think we're just confusing our time frames. So I'm looking at you got into the halfway house. While you were at the halfway house, you were working. When you got out of the halfway house, you were still working.
Yes.
And when you were on probation, you were still working. And then you had some transportation issues. And then you started selling drugs because why?
And I kind of like backtracked because that's the only way I knew how to support myself at the time. And I actually went to temp agencies after I caught that charge. when I was made bond, I actually worked in Meriden at another company, a factory company, and then it was like a transportation issue as well. My son's mother at that time was helping me, but it was too much with the kids because she had 2 kids that was in elementary school and stuff like that. So it was like the hours inconvenient. So I pretty much stayed at home with my son.
So for clarification purposes, I have 2 separate arrests for possession with intent to sell, one in May 2020 and one in January 2021. So roughly 7 months apart. So
Yes.
you were out on bond between May and January?
Yes.
Okay. And you were selling drugs while you were out on bond?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now you're arrested, you get sentenced, you're back in jail. Since you've been incarcerated, I have that you did the SRG program?
Yes, that was a very a hard time in this sentence because I was around. It was like I was doing the programs that they was giving us in there, but it's like it wasn't no positive. So that's why I pretty much a lot of times I stayed in my cell. That's when I was studying the CDL manual and the driver's manual.
Okay.
Look, I had podcasts that I downloaded. I used to watch and stuff like that to learn furthermore. And then I have a cousin that lives in Pennsylvania. He's an active member on my own visiting list. And he actually has a CDL, and we conversate a few times. Every now and then I'll call him and he'll inform me about different like ways of going about getting my CDL, driving and stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, I hear that you're really focused on getting your CDL, and you've already made some progress in terms of independent studying for that. So that's a positive. I went back to your prior parole hearing for the assault. Did you do you did the SRG program when you were incarcerated before?
Yes.
All right. So you did it again this time because you still had gang affiliations?
I guess so. People that I was around, yes, because they got me from social media, from like pictures from Facebook, people that I was around and stuff like that. They affiliated me because of that. And I won't be around those people anymore.
I didn't know.
But you were around those people before. And still still hanging out with the gang members.
They were my
Not
childhood
anymore,
friends.
no.
Not anymore, but you were.
I didn't
Yes,
know.
when I was home, yes.
Okay. All right. So
No
you
sabía.
finished the SRG program in May 2023?
I finished in October 2023.
Okay. So tell me, what was the most significant thing that you took from that program?
The most significant thing from that program that I learned that gangs is really the root of all my incarcerations. And by me completing that program for the second time, I realized that I lost a lot of years of my life. I lost damn near 75%, 80% of my daughter's life. And she's trying to follow my same footsteps because she tried to like idolize me. And I tell her all the time when I talk on the phone, that's not the lifestyle you want to live. Go to school. She's struggling. She needs her father. She looks to me. Her mother's not in the picture. Her father needs to be there. I need to be a father to my children.
Okay. I appreciate, again, your positive outlook on wanting to be a part of your children's life. It's very important. You have your last disciplinary report was January 2023, so that was a while ago. You said you're studying for your CDL. Your release plan is to live with your mother in Brooklyn, New York, if that's possible?
Brooklyn.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a notation for employment. What were you thinking about employment?
My cousin, he works at the Four Seasons warehouse company. And my mother also told me that she has a friend that's willing to give me a shot. I don't know exact details of the job, but she said if I make parole, she has, like, my mother's been working all my life, and she's an NYPD school safety, so she has a lot of resources, and she said she could easily give me a job.
Okay.
She just needs me home to be able to help her, support her with my daughter and stuff like that. And she's gonna pay for my driving school if I could attain my driver's license.
Wait, what?
Okay.
What?
So, Mr. Knowles, you're 38 years old. Why do you think it's taking you so long to appreciate the negative, how gangs are a negative part of your life, how selling drugs is not the answer to your financial problems?
I realized that it's wrong after all this time, because now I see that my kids is like trying to follow my footsteps, and I know that's not the path they want to go, and I'm trying to just be a positive role model towards my kids and any other
youthful kids around my neighborhood upon my release that this is not the lifestyle you want to live. This gangs is the reason why I was in jail. I'm 30 years old, like you just said. I've been in and out of jail since I was 16. That's 23 years of my life that I've been incarcerated or in the system. That's more. I got more years in the system than I have in, and it took me a long time to really understand this now that it's not right.
I mean, you don't have all that long to your end of sentence date, and then you have 3 years of probate, 3 years and 4 months of probation. Just for clarification. All right, Mr. Knowles, thank you for answering my questions. Councilmember Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification purposes, Madam Chair, I think I was trying to find the piece about who he was living with while you were asking him about the SRG information. And now, what was that discussion that he said that he was affiliated for his last?
With the gangs, yes. So when he was incarcerated for the assault 1 charges that he was on probation for, he did the SRG program throughout that incarceration.
Right. And what was the follow-up question was he during this, when he was out in the community this time, was he affiliated with those same people?
That was right, yes. And he confirmed that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So Mr. Knowles, I know you probably do not remember me, but you and I spoke extensively at your prior parole hearing.
Damn, she remembers him. That's not good.
Some years back. And you sound a lot like you do today. You were very, very convincing that you had it this time. You know, and although my colleagues voted to deny your request for parole, I voted in favor of you. Do you remember that? I supported your
Yes. I never seen you in my life.
And it's disappointing, honestly, to see you back on charges that really could have been prevented. And your rationale for selling the drugs was because you had bills to pay. Is that right?
Yes.
We all got bills to pay.
And so explain to me why you couldn't get a second job or a third job or a fourth job to try to make ends meet.
Well, after I caught that first arrest in May, a lot of companies didn't want to commit to me. I actually went back to my old job and they willing to give me another shot. I actually went back to the plating company in Naugatuck and actually worked again. But it was like a lot of jobs would not commit because they knew I was going to eventually turn myself into incarceration. They knew I was going to do jail time.
But why would you think that you could get away with selling drugs in the community when they know that that's something that you do? You just said to my colleague, I've been in prison since I was 16 years old. You don't think they know that you're not a law-abiding, contributing member of society, that you resort to crimes?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah, so why would you put yourself in that situation? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I honestly wasn't thinking clearly compared to how I'm thinking now, and with this time that I've been serving now, and I've been just getting my life together.
Why did you tell your probation officer that you were struggling?
He did. He referred me to go to a program in Thomaston Avenue. And I went, and they couldn't find me any job, and that's when I pretty much my son's mother was pretty much working. I just stayed in the house.
So you were selling drugs out of the house with the baby?
No.
What? The baby? Oh,
did she know that you were selling drugs?
Stop saying that.
After a while,
don't
yes.
lie. Don't lie.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't need to lie. That's one thing I try not to do is lie.
I try.
Yeah.
I try all the time.
I'm just disappointed because, again, I think, even though I was outvoted the last time, I really was, and to your credit, honestly, you were able to finish whatever little bit of time that they gave you on community release successfully without any misconduct, without any parole violations. It was about 8 months, right? They let you out. DOC let you out even though you were denied parole?
Yes, I think I got proof of halfway house.
Yeah.
And 7 months later, they came and got me for the halfway house.
Right. But I'm saying that you did well when you were out there.
I was actually doing very well. And I kind of kicked myself in the behind because how I had that mishap.
I kind of want to do that too. However, I can't Because, you're old enough now to know that you have to make better choices. You really, really do. And I can't see why your daughter would want to follow in your footsteps when you just said that you were in prison most of your life. Why would she want to follow in your footsteps?
Good
I
question.
think she just seeks attention from her father because her mother's not in her life. And that's why I said I need to go home, because she
Well, you
idolizes
need
me.
to go home and stay at home.
Yes.
Because she doesn't need a father that's in and out of her life.
The
She
support
needs
system,
consistency.
the support system that I have set up for me now, I should be okay, and I will never come back to this jail. Come back to any other jails.
I think you said that last time. I hope you're done, but I'm all set. Thank you.
Damn,
Okay.
straight cut him off.
Mr. Knowles, how many children do you have?
I have two. I have a 15-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son.
Why did you tell the judge that you had 5 children?
What?
I told the judge I have 5 children.
Oh yeah. Oh, lying. I thought you were not lying no more. What happened?
I have a daughter.
April 8th, 2022.
My son's mother has 4
The
children.
court asked you, do you have any children?
He said his son's mother has 4 children.
Are you the
That's
father?
why I said-
Plus my daughter.
No. You were asked, do you have any children? And your answer was yes.
I didn't know.
Then he asked you, how old are they? And you said ranging from 15 months all the way to 16.
Ooh.
5
Is this
kids.
Maury?
Yes.
You never told him that any of them was your stepkids. You
Ooh.
told him you had 5 kids.
Yeah, because when I'm living with my son's mother, I don't consider them myself. I consider them my kids.
Right.
I'm living with the household. I take them to school. I help them with their homework and stuff
But
like that when I'm home.
you're today with the parole officer, you said you've had 2.
Yes, because I'm not with my son's mother anymore. And I don't plan on living with her. I'm going back to live with my mother and back in New York. to help
So
with
all
my
of a
daughter.
sudden, they're not your kids anymore?
Ooh, she
I'm
got
still in
it.
contact with them. I talk to them when I talk to my son's mother and they're around her, yes.
Good answer, sir. I believe you. From Gasly.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Ms. James. All right, Mr. Knowles, we're all done with our questions. We'll deliberate and give you our response in just
What do
a
you
few
guys think?
minutes.
What do you
Okay,
guys
thank you.
think?
All right.
Is he
So
good?
Mr. Knowles
Is
is
he
on
good?
probation for assault 1. That assault 1 also involved firearm back at the criminal attempt assault, which also involved firearm at the time. He's
I'm gonna
gang
put a poll
involved at that
up on the
time
left.
through his own admission, and we know through doing the SRG program for a second time that he still had some gang affiliations. He's done fairly well. He just has the 2 disciplinary reports. The last one is over a year, almost 2 years ago now. He had some employment. There is an indication that he was working. What's troubling is that he posted bond on 1 possession of intent, and then while he was out on bond, he was selling drugs again. And as we pointed out, still involved with the gang. The SRG program is a good program to take. However, I do think that Mr. Knowles would have benefited from some of the other programs that were on his OAP. It's good that he has support in the community with his mother in New York, and he's got a plan and some goals for his release. But for today, I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole.
No. The
Member Page?
I don't either, Madam Chair.
Okay, and
Yes, I don't, because he
Oh,
had
that's
2
it, he's
previous gang affiliations, and he was on bond selling drugs, and his previous 2 counts of the assault with serious physical injury.
all right.
Yes,
So I had criminal history, inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change, and current offense committed while on probation.
Those are fine.
Okay.
So in the matter of Charles Knowles, 371392, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, Mr. Knowles, we were unable to vote you to parole today. Hopefully with the remainder of your time, you can do some more program.
Okay.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. You too. Have a nice day.
Thank
So you guys on the poll that I put up on the left, 84% of you said that no, he was not gonna get paroled. 15% said he was. The majority was right on that one. I'm gonna go ahead and be doing polls throughout the stream. Just look on your left hand side and you'll see the poll button, and that's where you could decide whether they're gonna come free or not. All right, I'm going to end this poll, and we'll go ahead and get another one going and cast in your thoughts. Yes or no? Hey, Boogie. Hey, gracias. Highly appreciate the positivity. Free Gramps. You guys ain't right. Sir, you cannot work. Just stay in from TCG. You guys are definitely a tough crowd today. Man. Here's Unc from Foxy. Let Unc go. Raiders from Buzzard. Let me see. The comments are going kind of quick right now. Thank you. I appreciate the follow from Gate 4008. Highly appreciated. Free Gramps. Cynthia Martinez is in here. Gracias. Gramps get free food and living. It's expensive, Pop. Stay in. Foxy, that's Pop. Oh, that's Boogie. I'm calling it now. He's cooked. He looked guilty. Adrian Freeman. Katie, did the last guy get paroled? No, he got denied. He got denied. Tom, what did he do? We don't know yet. They still haven't started the audio yet. So once they start talking, then I'll go ahead and quiet down.
Mr. Miller, we'll be with you shortly, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Miller. Let me see. Hey, Lulu, gracias for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Ramona, that's a Grady from Sanford and Buzzard, they're not letting him out. Courtney, I missed that comment. He's gonna fall asleep. Come on, man. You guys are tough crowd. Is that his walker? Yup. He just strolled in right now. Grady laughing out loud. Let me see. What is in front of him? Just a camera and a wall. Yup. They probably have a TV screen so he could look at the parole board. Aline, free him. Regina, he needs health care. Yup. User Trump. Let me see. He looks sad. Mesh. Let me see. Solutions guy. It doesn't something. I miss it. It doesn't have a reverse. Front line general. Oh, let me see. Is this live, Courtney? No, this is actually this happened a little bit earlier on. We caught the tail end of the live, and I just restarted from the beginning since we missed the first cases or the first parole board hearings, if you will. And I'm gonna be doing this daily whenever I'm home. So definitely be on the lookout for these border parole hearings. We're gonna be doing a wide variety of states: Connecticut, Utah, Illinois. And I had some other ones I don't recall. I got a list of maybe like 5 or 6 different ones that do offer live or Zoom meeting parole board hearings. And one of the reasons that I'm doing them is to give you guys a general understanding, and for myself also. Will you do California? California does not offer. They're not open to the public. You could request for you to be able to attend them. I actually got a request for next week, so hopefully it does get approved. And for those of you that are new here, we do live calls from prisoners within the state of California. If you check out at Collect Call From on YouTube, check out the playlist. And I think so far we've had about 20 different incarcerated individuals that have shared their journeys with us. We got video visits, we got releases, conversations, interviews, and whatnot. So definitely check us out on YouTube. California Hard with Video. Yup. But I'm gonna try to make it in, and if I am able to get in, then we're gonna go ahead and do it live. Juan, no, this one isn't currently live right now, but it did take place today. Earlier on today, we caught the tail end of it. I'm just playing the ones that we missed. And then let me see. What made you start with this content? You know what? That's a good question. I've had a lot of friends that been through the legal system and whatnot. Camp. YA, county jail, prison, Chili lime. Oh, that's right. What's up, James Steeler fan? Chili lime, chili lime, chili lime.
Oh, Mr. Miller.
All
Good
right.
morning, my name is
I'm gonna
Paul
quiet down now.
Menard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel member Page.
Good morning to you all.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is David Miller. My inmate number is 120391.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Miller, inmate number 120391. He is serving a sentence of 36 months jail class sentence for threatening second and violation of probation, underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 27th, 2023. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Tell me why.
Mr. Miller, you can now tell us why you think you should be granted parole.
Oh, I think I should be granted parole because I'm not doing anything really productively in my life right now. I'm just sitting and waiting to be released from prison.
Okay. You're not doing any programs or taking any classes, working?
No, I'm not able to work because I have what they call pre-existing condition.
Okay.
I have sciatic nerve damage in my hip.
Mm-hmm.
And it limits me to do activities like go exercise and work out and be in the yard and stuff like that. So I have a walker that I use constantly to get around in the facility.
Okay. All right. We are going to be asking you some questions and then we'll make a decision about your parole at the end.
Okay.
All right. And panel member Page will begin with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Miller, what's that piece of paper in your pocket?
This is for questioning, for questions for parole.
So is that something that you prepared to read to us?
Well, yeah, no, it's something instead I've had any questions that I wrote them down.
Okay, good. So let's talk about your history and what's going on here. So, you know, you have what appears to be some violence in your history. And so you're out in the community, you're already on probation, you're only out there for 25 days, and you're threatening people that you're gonna cut them over them telling you no about a cigarette if I remember correctly. And then you're calling the victim of your protective order, threatening her, telling her that payback's an MFR. You're walking with the walker and you're making all these threatening threats to people out. You look very agile. Is that right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. and to be making all these threats. Why are you doing that?
Well, at the time, I was dealing with a lot of things. I was dealing with the homeless issue, and it seemed like I wasn't getting any help from anybody. So I just basically run around, and the issue with the cigarette and stuff like that came up. But what initiated that was he threatened to punch me in my face. That's what the individual said to me. He said a lot of disrespectful things to me. So when he did that, I stood up for myself.
Yeah. Do you like prison, Mr. Miller?
No, I don't.
So how many times have you been in prison in the past, since 1983, I show your history goes back to?
83? Damn.
How many times?
No, once.
One time you've been in prison and this is it?
Yeah.
Well, tell me why you can't stay out of trouble. Do you think that your temper Or your anger plays a role in most of your offenses?
No.
Well, I've been diagnosed with high blood pressure and hypertension, so it's about diet. So it's what I eat, what I intake, and
What does that have to do with why you commit crimes?
I'm not committing crimes. Just out of disrespect of people. If they disrespect you, what are you supposed to do?
Ignore them unless they put their hands on you.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what happened when I got that case, the threatening case.
He said he didn't. There at no time does it say that he tried to hit you. You asked him for a cigarette. He started calling you a bum, which I can understand can be, what is disrespectful. I understand that, but that's still not a reason to threaten bodily harm to someone. You didn't have to engage in that. You could have walked away. There's several things that you could have done. You didn't need a cigarette anyway. Your health is already ailing.
Mm-hmm. Tell him.
I just don't understand. And then you come inside the prison and you accumulate 5 disciplinary infractions, 4 of which were for refusing housing. Why are you refusing housing?
Well, I had a problem with one cellie. He was a bully. He bullied me.
What do you accept responsibility for?
What do I hold responsibility for?
Yeah, what do you accept responsibility? Everything is everybody else's fault. What do you accept responsibility for?
Well, I shouldn't have said what I said to him. I accept the responsibility of saying what I said to him. And I ignored him because he was serious. I thought he was playing around. So I kind of played around a little bit too much, and he punched me in my face.
That woke you up.
That was just one incident.
So you refused housing? What happened in December when you refused housing? Was that the punching in the face? I didn't say anything about a punch in the face, but.
Well, no, see, I'm part of Native American Services, and I went out to smudge. So when the individual that I was bunking next to didn't want me to be there because of the smoke, because he was a non-smoker. So he told me that I couldn't bunk there, bunk next to him.
I don't know. Sounds fishy to me.
So when that happened, I asked the CO, could I be moved over to the other side of the building?
Mad Dog 2020.
And he said, well, and he said, well, no, you already packed up. You can leave now. So they put me in SEG.
Mr. Miller, you have so much going on. You're out in the community, you're homeless, but you whatever money you get from panhandling, were you spending that on drugs?
Yeah.
Makes no sense. What are you going to do to change all this?
Well, I'm going to put programs in place to go to AA and get a sponsor.
You've been doing that forever. How come none of it's worked before?
It's worked before. It's just that I had a fallout with my present situation with my girlfriend.
Okay, so lots of people have fallouts with their girlfriends or boyfriends. They don't go and start using drugs. Why is that their coping mechanism?
Well, it's because nothing was going well for me. Nothing was going the way it should have gone.
So did you talk to your probation officer and say you need mental health help? You need to go to grieving counseling or something like that? Because breakups are a part of life, Mr. Miller. You know this. You're 70 years old. Life. That's all I can tell you. You have to figure out how to deal with it without threatening people and without playing yourself as a victim. You're being aggressive out in the community, and people don't like that. Nonetheless, you're serving a flat sentence now. You have no help. You have no support out in the community. You have 2 children, and I'm assuming that you don't speak to either one of them. Is that right?
Done.
That's true.
So what do you want from us?
I want to be released from prison.
Mm-hmm.
To do what? Go out and panhandle and threaten people again and not comply with the officer?
No, not to do that. Not to do that. To do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
I don't know. You haven't been able to do the right thing before, sir. You've been out in the community on 2 separate occasions and you violated both of those. You're back on a violation of probation now. Your criminal history is very concerning. I don't know why you can't leave whoever this lady is alone. It's just, I can go on and on and on. And at 70 years old, when at 50, you should have been phasing out of the system, maybe at even 30, you're considered a high risk to come back to prison. Where did they do that? 70 years old with a walker, you're a high risk.
HRO, high risk
Does
offender.
that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Mr. Miller, I have to be honest with you. I am happy that you participated in the treatment program. And the only reason that I am even willing to consider your request, your parole, is because you have nothing out there. You have no community support. You have no housing. Excuse me. And you're almost done with this sentence. So I think that it would be beneficial for you to at least have some support to at least get a leg up. Hopefully you can do better for yourself. But it's not because you deserve it. It honestly is not. It's because they gave you a flat sentence. And why did you accept a flat sentence knowing that you didn't have any community support?
Well, it's because that's what my lawyer was telling me. Richard Perry telling me this is what they have to offer. He said that the victim advocate will want you to do 3 years.
Okay.
And I went with that decision. So I didn't know how to navigate through that to either argue the point, well, why would I have to do 3 years flat when all I have to do is conditional release was to stay away from the victim.
Yeah,
When
you need to leave her alone.
Every time I wanted to show up at the house, I had to have a police escort.
But you were calling her and harassing her. Stop calling the lady. There's a protective order in place till 2032. She doesn't want you contacting her. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you.
Ms. Chance?
Mr. Miller, were you collecting Social Security or Social Security disability?
Yes, I am. I'm retired. So
what did you do with the money?
I spent time in hotels and for housing purposes, and for probation officer wanted to know where I was staying. So I would tell them. You couldn't
find a room somewhere to rent or something?
Yeah, I was in the process of doing that. Well, it's also in the process of getting Section 8.
Right. So what were you doing with the knife?
Well, what I'm doing with the knife is I had a part-time job working on houses. So it's a utility knife. It just open up boxes and
doesn't matter. That's why you threatened that guy that you asked for the cigarette. You threatened to cut him.
He threatened to punch me in my face. And he was drunk.
You were the one that went up to him and asked him for a cigarette. You needed to just walk away, Mr. Miller.
Crickets?
So you want to go to a halfway house. And you said that you want to connect with Southeastern Medical Health?
Mental Health Group. Southeastern Mental Health Group is it's like SMOG. It's a place where people with mental disabilities go to for help, for housing, for clothing. We have clothing vouchers, food vouchers, and for counseling.
Your previous application for Section 8, you have to start that over?
Pretty much so. I'll probably have to start that over. But if I go to a halfway house, I'm looking for basic needs. And I also have another person called Jared, who's part of a sober house. I can stay there at a sober house once I receive my checks.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. I have no follow-up questions. Panel Member Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated in my discussion with Mr. Miller, I would support discretionary parole in this case. He has no supervision to follow, no community support. And I think that it would be a benefit for him to at least have some structure when he's released, some place to live until he can do better on his own.
Agreed. Ms.
Agreed.
Chance?
Okay.
Conditions, I have no alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment.
I have domestic violence, and I also have no contact with DF.
Right.
DF.
Yes. Okay.
In the matter of David Miller, 120391, there's a motion to grant parole on or after September
What do you guys
13th,
think?
2024 with the following
Thumbs up, thumbs down?
stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with DF. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What?
All right, Mr. Miller, you've been granted parole. Good luck to you.
That was a surprise right there.
So how long before I get an answer to pack my things?
That's up to, you have to talk to your counselor there at the facility.
I do?
Yes.
Okay.
All righty. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for David Miller.
I definitely
Sure.
didn't see that one coming.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller's out. Vámonos. All right. So let me see. Don't speak, bro. What? Hell nah. Of course I'm gonna speak. What do you think I'm here? Next. All right.
Hello.
Let me see. Is this real? Hell yeah, it's real. This is the Connecticut Board of Parole, if you will. Anyhow. Let me see. Cynthia wrote, I told you guys his time is almost up, so they have to let him go. Me neither. KC, hey, how's it going? KC_fan.
Morning.
Okay,
My name
say
is Parole
no
Officer
more.
Regard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, served by their all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Panel member Page, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Orlando Niche, 365509.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Orlando Niche, inmate number 365509, who's serving a sentence of 8 years executed, suspended at 30 months jail with 3 years probation for violation of protective order and 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 27, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. He has completed domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Before you begin, can you clarify for me how many counts of criminal violation of protective order? I have 3. How many do you do?
Yes.
407.
And then
He's not
One
going
of the
nowhere.
one of them were terminated, and then there's 2 left. You got 15 months for the other 2 that are remaining.
so it's 2 counts, and then his 2 counts of VOP, and one of them is the VOP.
2 of them are the VOP,
2 have the underlining,
and then there's 1 new one.
right?
So that's the violation of protective order twice for the underlying. He had 3 of them, but one of them was terminated, and now he has another new criminal violation of protective order.
Got it. It's 2 counts. And then
Is that what you have?
the one?
Peel Menard?
So serving a sentence, he's serving time for a violation of protective order. He's serving time for the violation of probation, which is 2 counts of
Mhm.
And underlying offense of VOP.
Yeah, both of them are for violation of protective order, and then he's got
He has what?
And then the rest are all on additional discharges.
Yep.
For the
The
violation.
assault third, yep.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Nish,
You ain't right.
you can
Listen,
now tell us why you think why you should be granted parole today.
Well, I'm a father of two girls, a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old that I support. Well, I want to go back home and finish schooling and continue working because I'm a sole provider of them. And I take care of my mom and help her pay her bills and stuff like that. And I know I made mistakes in the past that I've learned from. Since I've been in jail, I've been doing everything I can, read self-improvement books, trying to change my attitude on life, how I look at things and everything. I've been taking steps to do so. I just want to be a role model when I go home for young kids in my community, and I got a lot to share.
Okay.
And contribute.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nish. That's very good. We will ask you some questions and then we will give you our decision at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Chance will begin with questions this morning.
Oh, Mr. Neef,
Yes, ma'am.
what is it about the protective order that you don't understand?
I fully understand the protective order. I just had a young child with her that I didn't go about how the judge telling me to deal with the situation as far as filling out the custody papers and everything and wait for the whole procedure to come through. I made a mistake right there where I've learned from it.
And what is it that you've learned from it?
Because I know that I'm gonna have to follow the procedure, go to the court, fill out the papers so I could get custody of my daughter because she needs me.
So, Mr. Neef, you want to get full custody of your daughter as opposed to the mother and you, the father, getting joint custody, and then you go through a third party?
Yes, like the police department, like we would have her drop my daughter off at the police department and I pick my daughter up, or they would provide a social worker to mediate everything between me and her, so I wouldn't have to contact her or anything.
So, Mr. Nish, you need to really figure out what you need to do there, because number one, either you have a family member as a third party or get DCF involved where you can make arrangements, but you cannot go around threatening, assaulting, threatening to kill her.
oh, hell no.
And beating her up.
No bueno.
And I don't understand why you think you need to do that to the mother of your child.
Mm-hmm. Good question.
Well, I know what the police report said and everything. I take full responsibility as far as the whole situation that went down between me and her, but I didn't get a chance to really talk my side of the story and everything because I was at work when she made a report on me that I threatened her, and my boss and all my coworkers that knew I was at work went to the court. That's why the judge had lenient on me, because she seen the report and knew that it wasn't accurate. And I'm not trying to point no fingers at her or put on blame because I took full responsibility. I just want to move on with my life and get past that, so I could take care of my kids. I got a 15-year-old daughter that needs me, plus my 5-year-old that needs me.
Listen, Mr. Nish, they've always needed you. So I don't know why you think that you can go and threaten the mother. And one of the things that you said is that she's only doing it because she can't get what she wants out of you. What is it that she wants out of you? Why you have to constantly threaten her?
Oh, she wanted more money from me. I was giving her $200 a week. And remind you, I was giving her $200 for my daughter every week out of my paycheck. And remind you, she got other kids after my daughter with other people. So me and her wasn't in a relationship. But she put me on child support to be spiteful. And I seen the papers came to my address, and I told her, I'm like, I'm not giving you no more money until we rectify everything in child support court. And everything just went downhill from then. It was a lot of threats to me, calling the police on me, everything.
So, Mr. Niche, how are you paying the child support? Were you doing it by a money order or cash? Because child support enforcement would not file the papers unless they were valid.
Well, before the child support, I went to the child support court. They gave me a continuance for a new date. Before the paper came in, I used to just cash out her money, or I just give her cash or buy stuff for my daughter and stuff like that.
Did you have you said you do cash app, or is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you have that proof to give to the court?
Yeah, I had it in my my cash app receipts.
Okay. So the problem is, Mr. Niche, that regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the mother of your child, you cannot go around threatening her.
I didn't threaten her, because there wasn't no reason for me to threaten her at all. I didn't even talk to her that day. So when the cops came, I had court because the judge was throwing out my case and closing out the case that same day. I was just 3 hours from everything being rectified in court before when she called the police and made a complaint on me. Mm-hmm. So I was blindsided. My lawyer was. Even the judge got mad because the judge was like, I should have still showed up for court. I told her I got scared because the police told me they was going to arrest me. And I had a history of in and out of jail before, so I really didn't want to go to jail. I just made the situation worse by not showing up for court. But I didn't threaten her.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
So you completed the domestic violence program. So tell me what you gained from that.
Well, I learned that self-control and sometimes not just going off of impulse or feeling. I could just listen sometimes and just react it in a better way that I would react. Like not just getting mad and shutting her down. So sometimes some people just want to voice their opinion and they want somebody to listen. Ain't in a relationship, so I don't feel like I should sit there and have personal conversation about me and her. So it was just bad for me with her.
So he wants to have a personal conversation about the both of your relationship, and you only want to have a conversation about your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward, what it is that you're going to do to obey the protective order?
Well, I'm going to be on child support, and child support going to be for me having certain days with my daughter, where I could have my sister pick my daughter up, so I don't have to get in contact with her. I don't have to call her phone. I don't gotta talk to her at all. I'll just go through DCF or the child support agreement.
So your sister will be the third party person.
Yes, ma'am.
Will do all of that. And where will you make your child support payment? To the support enforcement agency? Or how do you do that?
Yes, to the agency. Normally they give you like an account that you send the child support money to every week or monthly.
So you're going to be paying through the child support enforcement service.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you also have a substance abuse score of 4.
What does that mean?
Why haven't you taken an addiction services program?
Well, I had it on my OAP, but then they removed it. But in the world, I go to a service that I enroll myself into. Well, I used to do drugs, but I don't do drugs no more. I might drink here and there on the weekend, but I don't indulge. Like,
Mr. Nee, on
yes, ma'am.
April 10th of this year, you received an intox ticket.
Yes, ma'am. That was a THC in my system that they found that was from the outside in the world. It wasn't from in jail. Because I just came to jail when they gave me the ticket, so I still had THC in my system.
So it was from your marijuana use? Why is your drug score a 4?
They still have it up there, even though I completed a inpatient program for drug and alcohol and mental health.
So you have previously been to a few treatment programs in the community. You did Southwest in 2020, and you did Health Incorporated in November of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Season
That's the
manager.
inpatient program.
Right. So tell me a little bit about how you're gonna maintain your sobriety. Because regardless of when you leave the facility, your drug score is very high.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't do drugs no more. I say I drink probably like on weekend or occasion or something like that. But I work out. I take care of myself. I work. I don't have time for doing drugs or none of that. And my daughter, I'm trying to get full custody for my 15-year-old, which was living with me on my incarceration right now, that I got really be in her life because I get a chance to be in her life.
But Ms. Shanice, you have a problem with alcohol. You were doing PCP. And you were doing
PCP.
Yes, that was 15 years ago.
It said that you last drank 2021. And obviously, if you completed programs in 2020 and November 2021, that you were still using. So how can it be 20 years ago when you were 14 years old?
For the PCP. Well, alcohol, yes, I was still indulging with alcohol and marijuana at that time in 2020 and 2021, but I wasn't doing PCP.
Well, Ms. Anish, you need to pay attention to your substance abuse. You are minimizing your use of it, and when you went into the facility, it's a 4, and they haven't lowered it. So it means that you still have a problem.
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to address it.
I have plans of going back to Southwest and continue my trauma class because it helped me in the past. And it's something when I have time on my hand from work, I could go there and do because it's positive.
So you want to go to school to do electrical work.
Yes, ma'am.
What are your plans to do that?
Well, I have a friend of mine look up some stuff on Lincoln Tech to see if I could get in there. Well, I know how to do electrical work, but I want to get certified so I could get more money for my work because I do that when I'm home.
Okay. So you were working at Precision Moving.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you going to do when you are no longer incarcerated?
Well, I still got my job at Precise Moving, and while I'm going to school at the same time.
You like to get letters of, continuous employment, but because you were working, I'm going to assume that you can follow through and go back there to work. You want to live with your sister in Bridgeport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So one last thing. You said you want to do work with a nonprofit agency and tell your story. What is your story?
Well, I came up in a broken home and in a bad environment where I have experience in drugs and even I was a victim of domestic violence myself. And I think my story could help a lot of young kids stay out of the streets and do better than what I did. They could use my story and my mistake so they don't make the same mistake.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions and good luck.
All right, thank you, man.
So, Mr. Niche, I just have a couple follow-up questions. How many times have you taken the domestic violence program?
I took it a few times, but I never complete. This is my second time completing it.
All right. Second time in corrections or out in the community?
In corrections.
Okay. Did you take it while you were in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete it?
I didn't get a chance to complete it.
Because why?
I got incarcerated.
Okay. And you were incarcerated in January 2024?
Yes, that's when I got arrested.
Okay. And you were incarcerated after that arrest?
No, I've been in jail since then.
Since January?
Yes,
right.
yes.
So when you tell my colleague that in April 2024, your positive marijuana is from when you were using in the community,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
not it can't be accurate.
It's not accurate.
So just to be clear.
So, I understand what you're saying. I honestly don't know why I still had THC in my system, or is it a cup malfunction or something? But since I've been in jail, I haven't used any kind of drugs or any kind of marijuana. It's like some of the weed out there is high potency, and I was smoking the oil.
I hear what you're saying. However, when you're in jail for 3 months, it won't stay in your system that long.
30 days it stays in.
Yeah. Even if you're smoking some good stuff, that's a long time, 30 days. All right, Mr. Niche, thank you. Councilmember Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we'll deliberate about your case now. Ms. Chance?
So, I came in on the fence with Mr. Niche because I don't like, the fact that he continuously violates his protective order and then puts the blame on the mother of his child and denying that he threatened her or hit her or did anything to her. He completed the domestic violence program and said he learned about self-control and that he needs to learn to listen. So that's okay. And I know when he said he received the intox ticket and it was from outside, I knew that couldn't be true because I happen to know that if he's in there for 3 months, after 30 days, marijuana leaves your system.
Mm-hmm.
And if his levels were from in the community, then it would have been noted as being, low levels in the specimen.
Don't they test you when you first come in?
Yes,
So why wouldn't it have been positive when you came in January?
I don't know. I don't.
They didn't test me.
Okay, Mr. Niche, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's why. Okay. So he was out on, he was given 3 opportunities. He failed 2 of them. He was successful once. He was working. I am concerned about the number of protective order and the violation of probation that Mr. Niche has. He's rated a moderate risk. I don't understand that. His criminal history is very concerning because he has assault first, assault second, assault third, 2 counts. He's had several assault records, and it's concerning for me because it seems that it's a continuation of his behavior. And I know today he's saying that DV has helped him, but he's been through it before. Yeah. So.
Okay, denied. Cedric, yeah, I'm in agreement. His criminal history is very concerning. The number of assaults, violations of protective orders. I made a note that he says he has control of his anger and he walks away. However, every threat is, I'm going to kill you. I think he's taken domestic violence enough to have some skills to manage his emotions and his anger. But that doesn't seem to have taken hold yet. He's got 5 months to end a sentence. I think he can benefit from maybe taking another program of sorts or getting himself together for his release. Panel member Page?
I haven't voted for him.
Okay. All right, Ms. Chance?
So I have nature and criminal history.
Okay. All right. So in the matter of Orlando Niche 365509, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense and criminal history. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Niche, we're unable to vote you to parole today. Wish you the best of luck.
You too.
Thank you.
For any of you wondering what happened, I was getting hit by TT, so I had to restart the stream. But if you want to watch the stream uninterrupted, you're more than welcome to jump on the YouTube side. If you jump on at Collect Call From, we have the same stream running over there, and with TT, or sometimes we get hit with violations, if you will. So I hate when that happens, but I got no choice. If not, then I'll end up. Yeah, he was denied. He got denied. Yep, he got denied. Nah, he didn't get paroled. He didn't get found suitable. He got denied. But like I said, if you jump on over to YouTube, at Collect Call From, that stream over there normally runs without any interruptions, and you could play back.
Hi, my name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, George Chance.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning, Jefferson Rodriguez, 305-310.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jefferson Rodriguez, inmate number 305310.
The previous guy got denied.
Serving a sentence of 10 years executed suspended after 3 years jail with 5 years probation for assault second, criminal possession of a pistol/revolver, 2 counts of possession with intent, criminal trespassing, and disorderly conduct. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 7th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the SRG program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRG falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You can begin.
Well, I did 12 programs in the SRG. I applied for the halfway house. I had got approved. Well, they told me to reapply to do a domestic violence group, but I'm not in jail for the domestic violence. And I try to get it, but the only thing I know is I need to be able to go to a halfway house so I could work. That'll be better for me. I was out of jail for 5 years. I worked in the street. I'm a cook. I have a vending permit. And that's all I think that'll help me out is just is work.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez. I think working is an important part of people's lives, adds structure, gives you an opportunity to support yourself. So we are going to ask you some questions and then we'll deliberate about your parole afterwards. And I'll begin with the questions this morning. So I just, for clarification purposes, you were arrested 4 separate times?
4 separate times.
Right, were you out
I
on
don't know
bond?
if it's 3. I don't know if it was 3 or 4.
Okay, were you out on bond in between arrests?
Yes, I was out on bond, I believe, for like 2 years.
Wow. So how come you were continuing to commit more crimes? Why couldn't you?
Well, the other crime, I was defending myself. If the police reported for the assault, the dude engaged me and to fight, and I was defending myself. I was getting jumped. I'm the one that got charged. No one else had got charged.
All right. You had the knife though, right?
They said yes, I had a knife, but that was a separate knife in the car. I didn't get charged with no knife.
Okay, it's an assault second. The victim was slashed, so somebody had a knife.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying it wasn't you did not have a knife?
No, I would have got charged with it.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out how he would get slashed if nobody had a knife. We
was tussling. There was 3 of us. It was by a hotel camera.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was fighting, it might have been his. We was tussling on the floor, and then they let me go, and I drove away.
Okay. All right. So let's move on. So then you have a possession with intent, carrying a dangerous weapon, drugs with a firearm in the house, and then the criminal trespass, domestic violence, which are and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence. So you said that you did the SRG program. You did phases 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think they had to do the domestic violence the SRG program?
Because I never finished the program during my last incarceration.
All right. So does it have anything to do with your involvement still with gang activity or associations?
No. Nah, I would have received the SRG ticket.
Well, I think it's odd that they had to do 4 phases of that program. If there's no indication you haven't been affiliated or associated in any way in all those years.
Nah, I never received no ticket in SRG, and that's how the SRG program is being run.
Gotcha. Okay. So tell me what's the most significant thing you took from the SRG program?
The bad thinking. Let me see. I got it.
Let me see my note. Let me see my little note right here.
Choices and consequences. I like that program. It makes you think of situations.
He had like 3 things listed on there.
React.
Okay. All right. So you're 38 years old. You've been in jail for probably since what? You were 36, 35, 36. Why do you think you've been unable to make better choices and recognize consequences before now?
Because I learned work ethic late in life.
And you think having a good work ethic is all about making better choices and understanding consequences?
For me, it does. It keeps me out of problems, and it makes me be responsible for the people, for my kids that I have. Okay. All of my cases is drug cases. I never received a drug program ever.
Drogas.
Well, you also have firearms associated with them. You have the assault cases, and you could have sought addiction services treatment in the community. There's programs everywhere and volunteer organizations. Yeah, why didn't you ever think about volunteering or going to a program on your own?
I did. I was in CRT.
You were in CRT? And
behind the Hartford Yard Gold Stadium. I completed special parole. I was out of jail for 5 years.
Okay, but you're back on all these charges, not just one charge. There's a whole slew of them here.
Yeah,
made a mistake. I started using drugs, and I had to support my habit.
Okay. All right. You were working, you said you have restaurant work. I did read you had a vendor's license.
Yes. I was working at Market Grill in Manchester. I have my vending permit. I do crypto mining and I do day trading.
Okay.
That's how I was able to make my bonds.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And you were living with your Rosemary?
No, that's. I live by myself.
Living alone. Okay. All right. What do you think?
Rosemary, that's old information. That's my oldest's mom.
All right. I have that maybe my note to myself is that it is one of the mothers of your children. Would that be more accurate? Okay. And your release plan is to go to a halfway house and your goal is to work.
Yeah, I gotta work, and then I have to do whatever programs DCF want me to do.
And the crypto mining.
Okay. And why did DCF want you to do some programs?
Because I'm trying to go get custody of my daughter. Because DCF got involved while I was in jail with my daughter and her mother. So I've been having professional visits while I've been in jail, and I was told that I had to do these programs when I get out in order to have her with me.
All right. What programs do you think they want you to do? Did you talk to them about that?
Fatherhood Initiative program, anger management, which I did in jail. And they wanted a mental health evaluation, which I was given a letter that I don't need mental health.
Okay. All right. Sounds like you know what you need to do. What do you think you need to do in the community to be successful?
Me, I just gotta work and stay sober. I just gotta stay away from the foolery. And the more time I have, if I'm not working, I'm just gonna be tandering and doing all types of stuff that I don't need to do.
Why do you think you relapsed? Have you thought about that?
I relapsed because I had quit my job when I didn't get hired, because I was doing the job of a chef, but I wasn't on salary. So I'm opening and closing. So once that happened, the pandemic hit, and that's when I needed to, I started getting high, and then during the pandemic, no one really had jobs, so I was doing whatever I needed to do to survive, to support my habit, to pay bills, to support my kids.
All right. I would think, you were doing whatever you needed, but a lot of that money must have been going to your own drug use.
It is, but during the crypto mining, that's straight because I do a 529 plan for my kids. So I was investing in them so they want to have to live like me so they could have opportunities for school. So I'm good with numbers, and I'm good with stacking money, and I'm good at crypto mining. Okay.
Well, I'd like you to see you put all those skills that you see as a positive thing to a more positive outcome.
Yeah, I applied for SBA loans because I was trying to get a food truck. So that was one of my main goals. My credit is good. I got a 750 credit score. So I'm trying to do that for a food truck. That's why I started the vending business.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Councilmember Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I don't see a 5 years when you were out of trouble. What was the 5-year period that you're referring to? What's the time frame?
In my dreams.
I completed special parole with parole officer Howlett and Bird.
What year was that?
I believe 2022. I think, yeah, I finished.
You finished special parole in 2018.
All right, so
from 2018 until when?
Till I got incarcerated this time, which I think is 2022, I believe. I have a TBI, so I constantly got to write stuff down.
So with your TBI, I'm going to tell you that there is no 5 years. So if this was 2018, you got your first, this one with your kid's mom, where you went to her house. She came to your house for money and you pulled out a gun and started punching her in the face that you said she lied about. That was in 2019. And then you went from 2019 to 2021, where you had $4,200 worth of drugs, from that $4,200 in cash. You had 32 grams of crack, 400 sleeves of fentanyl, and 2 firearms.
He was doing the
And
most.
then you had a report of a stabbing at a hotel where you sliced this man's face. I'm trying to figure out what the 5 years are, because every single one of your cases involves some sort of violence.
Well, the domestic, the only violence I see is the assault. All the domestics I wasn't found guilty of them. She was caught lying, so I don't know why is those being brought up.
And the trespass first was when the firearm.
Yeah, I never did that.
It wasn't dismissed though, sir, is what you kept talking about your 5 years that you were out in the community doing well, and I do not see a 5-year period of you doing well in the community. That's what I was trying to prove. And the second thing is, you and the chair didn't even talk about the tickets that you received. And you got 5 of them.
5 tickets?
5 tickets.
Yeah, I received 2 tickets for not going to court because I didn't have to go to court.
Well, I'm talking about the one you just got in June for having K2 in your cell, and you got an intox for Suboxone.
Yeah, I just received those 2 tickets. I didn't know how to speak about my ticket. But from all those tickets for almost 3 years in jail, compared to my past history in jail, I think that's pretty good.
That's I'm glad that you think that that's progress, because to me, it's so very little evidence of change. You're using drugs out in the community, you come into the facility and you start using drugs, that's problematic. Especially when you have a drug score of a 3 and you're saying that you're using drugs out in the community, and you haven't taken any programs to address that. So I can't, you minimize your role in every single one of these offenses, Mr. Rodriguez. You rate out very high at 38 years old, and you received 5 disciplinary infractions, and I cannot support your discretionary parole. You haven't earned it, sir, to be quite honest.
That's straight. I still have 6 months to max out.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance?
I agree with
No F's given.
I had it denied for the same reason.
Okay, well, just for the record, I had him denied as well. I really thought that Mr. Rodriguez did not put much effort into responding to the questions, struggled to see where.
Hey, he brought that little note. Come on, you got to give him some credit. You know, he had a few things written down.
Issues lie,
Right.
and he minimized.
Everything.
Right. So in the matter of Jefferson Rodriguez, 305-310, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, and evidence of offender change.
Right.
Do I have a second?
I also had the nature and circumstance here, because these cases are very concerning.
Okay, and nature and circumstance. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right,
TikTok,
Mr.
aye.
Rodriguez, good luck to you.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
I should have got me to a drug program now.
All righty.
Yeah. Damn. Next, that he didn't come prepared because he knew he wasn't gonna get paroled. He might as well just max out and get out in Connecticut. If you get out, if you max out, are you still on parole or are you off paper? If anybody knows, it was some illicit activities, substances, a GUN, and I think he also had a protective order. Off paper, okay. Thank you, appreciate that. Is this his cousin from Kayla? The Walker, he got paroled. Yeah, he got found suitable. They were gonna let him out as soon as his caseworker figured out the details.
That's a huge work.
My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified and refute all statutorily declared documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning to a chance.
Panel Member Page, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good job.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Orlando Rodriguez, 267-539.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Orlando Rodriguez, inmate number 267-539. He's serving a sentence of 10 years executed suspended at the Regis jail with 5 years probation for burglary third and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 6, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is currently participating in the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
He didn't bring no paperwork.
I got a letter that I want to read.
Thank you. That would be great.
Oh, yeah, I guess he did come ready.
I got a speech impediment, but I got a learning experience, and I can't read that much English, but I'm gonna try my best.
All right, just take your time and go slow.
Thank you. I would like to start by asking for panel for some reason ways. I have a speech impediment. It is very hard for me to verbalize my thoughts, but I will do my best. First and foremost, I am also sorry for and reform for my action and on my day that I decide to break the law. Sorry for entering the house that I entered and hurt that family that didn't deserve to be hurted, or grab into my drug addiction that I became when I was in the house. So my life changed the past, but I have all of control when I'm not using drugs. Control when coming into my recovery, participating in the Tier 4 program, and opened my eyes to realize my excusable ways that I have lived in my life. Upon my relief, I will be attending AA meetings daily. Attending NAs, I will also have a sponsor. I got a sponsor that guided me through my recovery, but my sponsor showed me with incentivize that I need help with. Tier 4 helped me to admit and understand that I am blind for the way that I turn out to. I can no longer use my addiction as an excuse. I use my addiction as a learning tool. Learning Tier 4 guided me into the best way for dealing with my problem. It asked for help, and asking for more help, until I gave my right answer. I plan on spending my time upon my release, with my releasing, requesting will be a family and my daughter that I got to have all over again. My family and my society serve to have my clean time sober. I make sure better decisions when I'm not using drugs. I am looking forward to help myself better in this time that I've been locked up. I love my guidance and my family bring me to the table. I'm closing. I would like to ask the board for help with my medication, something I
I have been
Yeah.
I've been disordered with bipolar and schizophrenic. So I'm tending to take my medication daily and unexpected. So I have this problem case. I never will hurt anybody again. I promise. I learned my time since I've been here, and I will keep doing my best I'm doing now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, nicely done. We appreciate all the effort you put into writing that, and you did a great job reading it. So he gave us a lot of information. We're going to ask you some questions, and then we'll deliberate about your case after that.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Chance will begin with the questions this morning.
Ms. Page.
Ms.
Thank you.
Page, sorry.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, I appreciate your opening statement. I'm glad you laid out a plan for your sobriety and your relapse prevention. I heard you accept responsibility for your actions and vow never to hurt another person. I heard you plead for help because you struggle with some mental health issues, and we think that parole would help you with that. So I heard everything you said. I'm glad that you took some time to write those notes down so that you could gain a better understanding of what you intend to do when you're out in the community. I heard you talk about your daughter. Sounds like some incentive for you to stay out of trouble, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So let me tell you what I see when I'm looking at your file. You were already on probation for an assault third, a criminal mischief, and a criminal impersonation. Is that right?
Yeah.
And was there violence in that assault third?
No, just pushing around.
But that was who was the person? Was it your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you come in prison. You're arrested again because you tried to get into one of your neighbor's houses thinking that your girlfriend was in there.
Yes.
And you had a knife in your hand.
Yeah.
And what would you have done if he wasn't able to stop you from being violent in his house? And you stabbed at him or one of his children or his wife?
I was thinking not hurting him in a moment, but I did under drug use, so I'm very sorry.
So why were you using drugs?
I don't know. I've been using drugs for 40 years now.
Right.
No, 30 years.
Okay. So you explained in your statement that you struggle with mental health issues. Why weren't you taking your medication out in the community?
Yes, I wasn't taking my medication, but
Why?
I'm taking.
But why?
I was drug use in a moment, and I wasn't taking it. I was putting that excuse.
But why? Why weren't you? You know you need it, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't you take it?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking at that time.
And do you do that often? Go off your medication out in the community?
When I'm in the community, I always take it, but that day I didn't took it that day.
So you take your medication and you use drugs every day?
Yes. No, I take my medication and I use drugs, but that day I didn't take my medication. I had used drugs that day.
But do you think that's a good combination, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, it's not. I learned.
You learned your lesson. Thank you. So you're currently in the Tier 4 program and you're on the medicated assistance, right?
Yes. Yes.
And have you ever been on the medicated assistance before?
No, I was taking it
out in the community.
Yeah, I was taking it out in the community.
Wait a second. So you were in the medicated treatment program in the community, using drugs and taking your medication?
Yeah. I didn't took it the day that I did the crime.
I know. I heard you say that, but that's still very concerning. That even with your medication, you're still using drugs, and they're trying to wean you off the drugs, and you're still taking drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a lot, Mr. Rodriguez. It's a lot. I'm happy that you're getting the help that you need while you're in there, and you don't have very much time before your sentence is over with, and you're not even done with the Tier 4 program until November. So I would hate to take you out of that, and the medication that you're on currently is working for you in there?
Yes.
That's good, because it seems to be working because you haven't gotten into any trouble.
Yes.
And have you been considered for a halfway house with DOC yet?
No, was going to apply, but they told me to do parole first, then apply for it later.
I asked that because you really, based on the information that you and I just discussed, it doesn't really sound like you're suitable to go out on discretionary parole. It's concerning that even though you know that you're supposed to be taking your medication, you don't. And then even when you are on it, you still use drugs, and then you become violent. Yeah. That's problematic. That's security risks for our out in the community. No one wants to be that. Those people were innocent people. Those children were innocent children. Can you imagine seeing a man that they just barge into their house, talk about, my wife is down here, I heard her having sex?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm glad you have a solid plan. I heard you say that you make better choices when you're not under the influence. I would encourage you to keep the letter that you wrote so that you can refer back to it, because when you start going down this downward spiral with these drugs and everything all combined, there's no way you can be clear-headed. There's no way. Yes. So you have to try to make better choices. But I also read that you wanted to see CAR out in the community and NA. You know, those are all positive things. I just don't think that I can support your request today. So I appreciate your speaking with me, and I'm going to turn the hearing back over to the chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Panel Member Page. Panel Member Chan?
No, sit down.
Ms. Rodriguez, we're not done yet.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Each one of us will ask you a few questions.
Okay.
I don't have any problem, question from Mr. Rodriguez, but I want to say I agree with what, everything that he said.
We got a poll going. If you guys
I
go ahead and
think
cast your
because of his
vote
high
on
drug
the upper
score,
left.
he needs to complete the Tier 4. He's been in the MAD program in the community for 5 years. That's nothing new to him. And I heard him telling Mrs. Page that he was still using. I'm happy to see that he's now going to connect with CCAR, because they will be able to assist him on learning how to live in a sober community, live a sober life in a sober community. So I can't support his request today.
Okay, I have no questions from Mr. Rodriguez. I would agree with my colleagues, so I probably don't need to deliberate. You ladies have seemed to have covered it all. So in the matter of Orlando Rodriguez, inmate 267539, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact, no. Anything else?
Nature and circumstances, he was on probation, and its lack of program participation.
Okay, so nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor performance while on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change and program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Go ahead, Ms. Chance. What did you want
No,
to add?
I was just going to say, I had a current offense committed. I didn't know if that was one that you said.
Yes, you did. Current offense committed while on probation.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to
Not poor performance while on probation.
No, I had.
Oh, did I say, you know what? I said
You
poor
said-
performance.
Okay,
So I'll make
it's the current, because right, he was on for the assault, criminal mischief, and criminal impersonation, and they terminated the probation.
Thank you. Okay, I'll restate. There's a motion to deny parole for nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to nature and
Better keep
circumstance
that
of the current offense. Current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
There we go. All right. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, we really think it'll be beneficial for you to finish the drug program and maybe get involved with CCAR before you release.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you.
You too, thank you.
Gracias. And for anybody who's watching right now, we also have a YouTube channel
We
where we
have
do
two people
live
left.
interviews with currently incarcerated
Yeah, you want the
individuals,
back?
also
I-
formerly
I need
incarcerated
you.
individuals. And you can find us at Collect Call From on
Okay, I'll
YouTube.
go to the
Check out
left.
the playlist, check out the live video feeds, the lives that we do. And up next, we got a new gentleman coming on, and let's see what it's about right now. And for anybody joining up, highly appreciate it. Appreciate the new followers. Appreciate the hearts, the flowers.
Morning.
Buenos dias. All right. So right now we're just waiting for the Board of Parole hearings to get ready. As soon as they get ready, then they'll go ahead and start speaking. He's his own lawyer. So you know what? As far as I've seen all the hearings today, it doesn't look like they provided any type of counsel. They go at it alone. I just found your channel, love it. Highly appreciate it. I think it's winter. My eyesight's not the greatest right now, but thank you, highly appreciate it. He looks ready. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and restart the. Oh man, we just got hit. I'm gonna have to restart the stream because I just got a notification. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it now, and I'll go ahead and start it right back up. All right. My apologies about that. I had to restart it back up because I got a notification that they're about to cut me. So I went ahead and just restarted it back up before I get a ban for any amount of time. I hate when I get banned like for 3, 5, or 7 days. It's all bad. But anyhow, we still haven't missed out on this hearing here. It should be starting up shortly, and for anybody that's subscribed today, highly appreciate it. Definitely helping us get our numbers up. Ultimate goal, we're trying to reach 10,000, and it's definitely been a good day today. So it looks like you guys appreciate this type of stream. All right, so I'm starting up a poll right here. It should pop up on your left in a moment or two. Once it pops up, you're more than welcome to to cast your vote, whether he's going to be found suitable for parole. No, you know what? This is this hearing was a little bit earlier on. It's not live, but it happened. It happened today. Did the other fool get denied? The last person that was on right now, yeah, he got denied. Let me see. Yeah, he did get denied. Yup. Are you streaming these from YouTube? What county? Nah, I'm not streaming these from. I'm actually doing a double stream. I'm streaming it on TikTok and I'm also streaming it on YouTube. I'm not streaming this from YouTube. Is this LA? Nah, I wish we could do some streams out of California, but the parole hearings in California are you can't hear him because they haven't started yet. So right now we're waiting for them to start up as soon as that P Diddy. So right now when they start, we'll hear them. Maybe they went out for lunch or whatever. They're talking. They're probably trying to figure out what his outcome's going to be before he even starts talking. So this is Connecticut. This is Connecticut Board of Parole.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Jamira Sanders, 305-755.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jamira Sanders, inmate number 305-755. He's serving a sentence of 27 months jail flat sentence for sales of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 9th, 2024. There's an offender in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following. He has completed alternatives to violence advance. He is also participating in Embracing Fatherhood and the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Menard. Can I address the board first with a letter that I have?
Mr. Saunders, yes, you have something to read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please read it. Thank you.
Like I said, first and foremost, I'd like to apologize if it's any hindrance or disturbance in anyone's work day today. And also thank you for the opportunity for having me as well.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Being here, I was aware of the situation. I understood there was various forms for the board to acknowledge the progress in a healthy and prosperous way of living in the community in our society. May the black and white of my criminal past outweigh the entirety of my skill traits, employment history, family community ties, as well as multiple family and friends and successors and authorities that have reached out to the board in my regards in writing. On June 23rd, 2023, roughly, I was arrested for criminal actions that involved the sales of narcotics and possession. I'm fully responsible for my thoughtless decisions. I'm beyond apologetic for my senseless decisions that I chose to carry out that day. I was completely selfish and unmindful. My actions caused a ripple effect that has victimized my family, friends, and peers by way of my thoughtless decisions. During this incarceration, I have received one disciplinary action report in regards to previously approved prescription eyewear. During this incarceration, my OAP didn't reflect at the time any corrections or rehabilitations. Yet I knew I needed self-evaluation for my internal character defects that hindered the process of my growth. I needed adequate tools for my mental toolbox, such tools and skills that would continuously help me prosper and stay away from jails, institutions, and early death. To acquire such skills and revisions, I requested to be transferred here from Brooklyn CI to the Osborne facility to enroll and utilize various programs that will allow higher learning and insights on my behaviors and character defects. The multiple fathering programs such as CLICK and Embracing Fatherhood, I feel like gaining the best knowledge and wisdom from. I'm not living life for myself today, more so for the ones I fathered and my surrounding family. The basic foundation and principles of these programs, they all had an origin theory of every day being a new day with a simple way to pursue a healthy way of living. Each program saw the motto, one day at a time. One day at a time while having a repetitious plan to stick to. Simple steps for tomorrow. Simple as A, B, C, D, and back to A again. Alternatives to Violence in the Tier 4 program, along with Voices Embracing Fatherhood, are some of the many and various programs that have allowed me to gain multiple skills for the trade. Multiple skills that will prepare me for situations and circumstances if and when faced within society. I must vigorously practice staying mindful and continuously think about my thinking. I must utilize all tools I possess in my mental toolbox. One day at a time is the blueprint. With the blueprint being one day at a time, it will produce success in the workplace, family environment, and also within society. If I were to be asked why would I deserve parole, I will request for the reasons that follow. While incarcerated at this facility, I kept my best foot forward. I continue to take steps for a healthier way of living, to be compatible with society and as well as my community overall. The insights and avenues provided from the programs and workshop allow for various tools for proper planning that can be applied rigorously and mindfully. Also, there's a reason to request that I would like to state that I'm also a girl dad of a 9-year-old and a 6-month-old that I have not met yet in the physical form. My 9-year-old Malaya has recently been diagnosed with risk 4 rhabdomyosarcoma cancer. She has since started chemotherapy treatments, which includes numerous hospital visits and overnight stays due to her continuous tumor pains and cancer treatment. My situation isn't different nor better than any man's. I pray that no family or child has to experience such unfortunate circumstances. This health matter has placed my family in an extremely difficult situation, physically, emotionally, and monetarily. The mother of my 2 children have given birth to my 6-month-old 6 months ago. She had surgery immediately after to remove her appendix, where she hadn't had the adequate time to recover from the birth of my 2nd child and the surgery that followed. All the while, the 3 ladies in my life have to travel to and from hospital stays and visits regarding treatment. Since Malaya has been diagnosed, my fiance hasn't been able to work, and our savings have since been depleted due to extensive care for our 2 girls. Last week, I was notified that Malaya has to do 6 weeks in Boston for radiation treatment due to her rhabdomyosarcoma. The dates are October 10th through November 26th, which will prepare her for her 3rd stage of treatment, which is surgery to remove tumors if safe to do so. My thoughtless actions have hindered myself and family at such a crucial moment in this time in life. I would like to be able to be the support and resource for my family during this uncertain time. As my 9-year-olds fight for her health and life, I would like to carry my load of responsibilities and help by all means. Prior to my incarceration, I was working in production to support my family. I have various jobs ready, one of the few being my recent employer in Niagara. Employment has never been an issue. I have an extensive resume with over 20 years of work experience, as well as license that must be renewed. So I continue to transport goods with my DOT and CDL training. All in all, I have the ability to choose mindfully. The choices and decisions that allow a prosperous outcome of my life, I must and will incorporate the tools continuously every day. I practice to be a better person and a version of myself for my community and surroundings. Sorry for taking up so much time, and thank you, ladies, for letting me address the board with this letter.
We appreciate you writing down all of that, Mr. Saunders. You don't have to apologize.
It's still going, I think.
Oh, you're still reading?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Oh,
I'm
you're all
set.
done. Okay, well, there's no need to apologize.
This is our job.
This is what we do, and the more we hear from you, the better we're able to make a decision, the more informed we are. So thank you for that letter. It's terrible to hear about your daughter. She's such a little thing to have to go through all of that. So we'll have good thoughts for her.
Yes,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we go into our questions, can I please just clarify for the record some housekeeping? So my records indicate that Mr. Saunders is in on an assault first. That sentence has not expired yet.
No,
That sentence does not expire until September of 2025. I have September 21st, 2025. His special parole hasn't even begun yet.
Began on 9/1/2021.
yeah, because he got 9 years for the assault, 9 years of special parole.
He got 9 years of special parole.
For
And
the assault.
so why does it show in his prior screen? Okay, so he was voted to parole in 2021. He was not on discretionary parole, because I was on his panel. He was voted to parole in 2021. His sentence does not end until 2025, and then his special parole begins. So there should be no MIT for special parole, because he's still serving the 85% he's still serving for the assault one. That sentence has not expired yet. It has not expired yet. If you go into, well, this is in case notes. Again, I can't look up the RTs because I don't have RT. I mean, I don't know the password. Excuse me. But he was voted to parole on January 7th, 2021. His special parole did not start then. That was discretionary parole. And he was serving at that time 6 years with 9 years of special parole to follow. He didn't finish out the 6 years yet. That sentence began
Discharged to special parole supervision on 9/1/2021.
No, he wasn't.
It says it right here on the.
Wait, 9/1
Yeah,
at 85%.
What was his EOSD?
for the,
Yeah, for the
for
assault.
the 6 years that he got.
What were you going to say, Mr. Saunders?
Nothing. I don't want to interrupt. I'll just wait till you guys.
Yeah, we're trying, you can hear what we're saying, right? We're trying to make trying to determine when you started special parole and if you've even started special parole.
Okay.
the 6 years.
Yes.
Mhm.
His sentence date was 11/16/2017.
Mm-hmm.
His max date was 8/26/2021. He went out on special parole on 9/1/20.
Say it again. Say that again, please. I'm sorry.
So it's special parole and not discretionary parole that he went out on.
So he started the sentence when?
His special parole sentence,
No, the actual sentence.
the actual sentence, he started on November 16, 2017.
November 16th.
To August 26, 2021,
Correct.
So August 6th,
26, 2021.
Hold on. Because in the art, so what you have in mind now is not an assault one at all. You just have the sales.
Right now, he's currently serving time for the sales. He was on special parole when he committed this offense. So
Right.
that special parole is running.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Special parole, man.
Yeah,
And it is for the assault first.
but I'm asking, in your opening statement, did you say just the sales that he's in for now? You didn't mention anything about assault one.
Correct, because
Okay, no, this isn't it for me, yeah. It's just me asking, because I'm trying to figure this out, because I'm looking at it, and in case notes, it says that his end of sentence date is,
oh, yeah, that's.
that's
I
wrong?
would not.
Okay, all right.
But you know, if you look in case notes right now, it says assault first.
Right, because he has case notes is
So,
correctly, because on the RT screen it shows you everything that he's in for.
right,
So like if he just had a possession with intent, it would just show, it'd just be that, whatever the sentence back is.
so his 6 years, he only served 4 years.
So his arrest date on the assault one is 10/7/2015. So if he was incarcerated since 2015, he would have got credit so if you're just doing the math from the date of sentencing, you need to add in what he got credit for.
Right. So that would be the 6 years. And so when does it say he started his special parole?
9/1/21.
Wow. I wish I
say.
Oh.
Or did you call it?
Sale.
Bail.
No,
Okay. Okay, good, okay, because I want to make sure I had sale.
sorry, I was just, yeah,
Okay,
sales.
yeah.
All right, thank you for the clarification, because I'm just looking at it and I'm just like, something's not right. So thank you for taking the time out to explain that to me. I'll submit it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Saunders, now we're going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right, panel member Chance.
So, Mr. Saunders, you completed the Alternative to Violence Basic 1 and Advanced. And you are in the fatherhood program. And the ETA I have for that is October 17, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're in the Tier 4 program, and it's scheduled to end November 20, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's correct.
Yeah. So you have a high drug score of 4, and your previous community releases indicated that you failed the 7 times. And so I know you're also participating in the CLIC program and the fatherhood program. So I know you need all those programs. And I am sorry to hear about your 9-year-old daughter and what she's been going through. But based on your record, Mr. Saunders, and I don't want to, waste your time, because you haven't done well on your previous community releases and you're in all these good programs, which I do think you need. And I do hear some changes based on, your report, that what you wrote and read. And I know the driving force behind you wanting to go out today is to be there to support your daughter. But I think before you can provide support for your daughter, you have to do some self-care. You have to take care of yourself. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, ma'am. I don't know if
and I will tell you why I'm concerned, because you did have a job at Niagara, and for some reason you got injured and didn't have enough funds, and you allowed someone to persuade you, and that's why you're here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
do you have the other programs as well in here that was complete as far as voices and DV?
I said the fatherhood, the CLIC program, and are you also in the PEP class program?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I completed the voices and DV as well. And I just clicked fatherhood and I did advanced alternatives to violence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So tell me a little bit about what you learned in the voices. I didn't have you as completing that, so.
Yeah, he gave me I don't know if Mr. Menard received emails, but there's been a lot of paperwork and things I guess has been confusing that is out of my hands or out of my control, but I have the dates and Mr. King said he emailed. But to answer your question, Voices was for victims, like, you know, being in their shoes and the harm that it caused, you know, being victimized. Learning, like, I didn't know how to desensitize at that time from my behavior. You know, I thought you throw a rock at me, I throw a rock back at you, but that wasn't the proper way of doing things. You know, communication, understanding is the key to everything. And Voices really let me know no one deserves to be victimized because someone's a mom, dad, sister, brother, whatever the reason, there's different alternatives than violence. And that's what I learned in Voices, just how to desensitize my behavior and communicate various ways. So there is no violence.
I just interrupt for a second. I can confirm he did complete domestic violence on 8/14/2024 and then voiced on 4/12/2020.
I wish I was in control of all the paperwork that's either confused or misplaced, and I'm not. Like I said, I apologize for any hindrance that's putting on you guys in the workday as well. And I definitely look for the easy way out during that time. And here I am now in this time in life where you have to see progress. You have to see change, rehabilitation. And like you said, it's all in the papers. And what's in front of you is the paperwork and also myself. And people in the world, like family, friends, and successors, you know, I'm an asset to them, but I've been a liability in my own actions, absolutely. And to even sit here in front of you, it's embarrassing. It's just, I shouldn't be here. There's people that do this things every day, doesn't have to be here. They can be anywhere in the world and not here once or twice. This is my second time, as man stated prior to. And there's nothing that I'm doing everything possible to continue to grow and show. And I did so. I looked for the easy way out, and the easy way out was a hindrance, and here we are again. And I learned from that. And the fuel behind it is myself and it is my family, like my 9-year-old and the 6 months that I haven't seen yet. And like as she's fighting, I gotta fight as hard as her. And it's just unfortunate, but I have taken every step, and I'm gonna continue taking every step to just progress. Like I said, I did need some insight on my character. I was defective and just everything. And you can't take easy way out. And I wanted the easy way out versus being A, B, and C, and D, which is the simple steps. And I wouldn't have to be here, you know, one day at a time. You don't have to worry about next week, later on, how's going to happen. If it happens now, it happens now. Let tomorrow be tomorrow, and it will come. And like I said, I apologize. This is embarrassing having to be here again, begging, pleading, or hoping that you see something other than the black and white paper, and that maybe there is enough programming, enough writings from authorities, from successors, and just friends and family in this moment. I don't want to harm anybody. I don't want to sell any drugs. I'll be honest, I don't even want to be, I just want to be under a rock. But no one in the community lives like that. Society doesn't live like that, just one day at a time. And before the decision made, I would like to beg if there's anything. Like at the same time right now, my child is in the hospital now doing imaging. But like I said, my situation is different than no man. Everybody goes through tons of things, ups, downs, and just how they maneuver through it. And my maneuvering wasn't a straight line. I understand that, and here I am yet again in front of you three ladies, begging for.
So Mr. Saunders, have you been able to identify why you've never successfully completed any of your community releases? 7 is a lot, you know. I just want to know if you know why you weren't able to.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 was a lot?
7, yeah.
Okay, so, have I identified it? I believe I did. Me wanting to do too much.
This is real.
Me being in an environment, just thinking it was cool to do these things that I seen in videos or just in my surroundings. That stuff wasn't cool. And like once I had one foot in, it was always something. And it was me. I didn't learn that. I didn't get the mindfulness. I didn't know how to think about my thinking. I didn't even desensitize. Prior to this, it's been always like a violence or a fight or something in school or drugs, the things that were just outside every day. And prior to this, with Parole, you guys didn't allow me to go back to these situations, and then just, well, me having that situation on my job and just trying to find it, not trying to find it, it sounded easy and something to do, but here I am again. And in today's life, nothing is easy, nothing is comfortable. It's seeming like there's a lot of like negativity, but I identify myself like I have that control myself, and not just for me. Like, look at what I look at what I'm going through, and it could be a repercussion of the things that I did, or is it my karma? It can't be, because in my soul I know. And if you have any letters, the people that believe in me know too. So why am I making these dumb mistakes, dumb decisions 7 times? If I know now, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, Mr. Sanders, the assault one was a very serious charge, and that's why you got the 9 years of special parole, and that's what you were serving. That brought you here today, because you violated that. And I do appreciate that. I see you're taking the time to do all the programs that you think you need. I know the CLICK program is a program where you work with the caregivers who are taking care of your child and yourself, so that you are actively participating in that process. And I hear you, and I just wish for the best of luck for you. And I do hope that you complete these programs, because without the completion of the Tier 4 program, it's like you're, going out there to start all over again. So you first need to take care of you, and then, you can help to take care of your daughter. So good luck, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have no follow-up questions. Panel Member Page?
So, Mr. Sanders, I'm disappointed. I know you heard me say I was on your prior panel. We voted you out to parole, and it seems like you have a history of going out to supervision and coming back with new convictions, going out and coming back. They released you on community release, then you went on to discretionary parole, then you went on to special parole and lost it. I mean, I don't really know how many chances you need to get this right, but this is a lot to overlook. So, and do you know that since you are on special parole right now, that we have the authority to max out your sentence to August 31st, 2030?
Damn.
Did you know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And given your history, I don't see why we would consider releasing you any earlier than that. But we will discuss that. But thank you. I'm all set.
All right, thank you.
Officer Bernard, did you get my email?
Yes.
Things ain't looking good for him.
Okay, because
The 8/31, 2030.
That's the end sentence, estimated end of sentence.
Estimated.
2020.
even though this sheet says assault 1 as its leading offense? Yeah, it's still that?
Yes, the end of sentence. The estimated.
What do you guys think?
7/20.
Okay, all right,
We
thank
have
you.
the poll
What was
going
that
on.
date?
We're
7,
currently at
2025, that's what I have.
39% or 39%.
So,
thought he
Mr.
was gonna be
Saunders,
granted
we're
parole.
gonna be discussing, so you can only listen, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chief. Ms. Chance. So what are your thoughts?
So it's an awful lot for me to overcome, and I do hear Mr. Saunders talking about his 9-year-old daughter.
Mr. Area
But
51.
he's in that CLIP program, and that's what they do. They, have him work with the caregivers who are taking care of his daughter and connect with him so that he can be a part of that. He has struck for score 4, and he really needs to finish that data program, which ends in November. And the fatherhood program is October 17, 2024. So when I came in, I did have Mr. Saunders denied. I did have him going back out on his special parole 7/7/2025. But I'm willing to hear other feedback from both of you and Mrs. Page.
I would agree. I had Mr. Saunders denied when we came in, primarily because he was on special parole for the assault one. And then it's back before us on the sale charge and all the failures on community supervision, which are all for selling drugs.
Yeah.
As you go back, there's a couple of multiple violations on the same charge, but they still all amount to the same. I am impressed with the number of programs that he's done. I don't know if they'll make a difference. I didn't look to see what he'd done all previously in terms of similar programs. But you know, he has the one disciplinary report. I did read what that was for. It does go back a little bit. He had a good job in the community. Seems to think he can go back to that job again. So he doesn't have any, other than the assault. Well, the assault one is a serious charge. It is the only assault he has in his history. I don't see any gun charges.
That's a plus.
So I would be willing to consider him, but I do think it is a little bit of a stretch. Panel member Page?
Consider him for what?
For granting him.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
what?
Wow.
Yes.
Say what?
I don't have Mr. Sanders voted to parole. I'm happy to see that he's taken some positive programs. I'm pretty sure that he's taken very similar programs during his last hearing, which is why we voted him to parole.
Right.
The fact that he was already on special parole, and as I stated, he has a history of going out in the community and coming back with new convictions. He has 7 failed community releases. I cannot support his request for discretionary.
Okay. And Ms. Chance, what did you end up? Where do you want to go?
Exactly where what I said that I haven't denied, and I explained to you why I did, and it was for the similar reason.
Okay.
That was it.
So
Said.
criminal history, current offense committed while on
I don't
probation.
have his criminal history.
No. Okay.
I current offense committed.
It has to be at least 2 people.
For performance on community release. I'm sorry.
What did you say?
It's okay. For performance, and I had current offense committed while on.
Okay. All right.
I didn't know.
No, that's what I have.
Okay.
Yep.
So in the matter of Jamron Saunders, 305-755, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: current offense committed while on special parole, poor performance while on community release. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Yeah,
Aye.
panel of 3.
And
So is it a majority?
it is a majority. And then the special parole date,
7/20/20.
Damn.
Okay, here you need,
say that again.
to make the notation that we are well aware that his special parole is running, and
So we are aware that Mr. Saunders' special parole is running while he's serving this sentence and is not due to complete until August 31st, 2030. However, we will provide a release date to his end of sentence date for July 20th, end of sentence date on the current offense of July 20th, 2025.
so now we need to make a motion for the special parole conditions.
Special parole conditions are, he doesn't seem to need a halfway house.
I have no,
Behavior management for DV.
Okay. Anything else, panel member Page?
I have no alcohol consumption. He said that was an issue. And a
Okay.
condition from his last special parole, no contact with his co-defendant, Kamayu Hightower, Kamauh. Last name is Hightower.
Okay.
And no contact with the victim. Initials are K and C. And I'll provide that information.
RKC?
Not R, just KC.
KC, gotcha. Okay. So I'll make a motion to set the special parole conditions for his special parole that's running of no alcohol community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim KC, and no contact with your co-defendant, Kim Hightower. Did I say that right? Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Mr. Saunders, that's a lot. You got all that?
Just about one more question. For residents, am I allowed to just, when I do reintegrate, to go with my family at their address? Cause I remember before on the last hearing, I don't know the madam name here on the right. You thought I might have had Paige. I think you thought I might have had like a domestic. It was dropped and it wasn't a domestic, and they let her visit and all that now. But I think the parole, Ms. Gordon, they seemed like it was a problem, but they let us be together but not spend the night. So can I be in the home once I leave? Or
Well,
like how?
There's no, that will have to be determined by parole and community services. So that once we don't have a halfway house down as a condition for you, and we see that you want to go to your girlfriend's house, and
Yes.
unless they say that no, you can't, it's okay with us. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense. And so what we did was EOS you on your new sentence, and we're letting you back out to serve the rest of your special parole. And as I stated, we could have EOS'd you on your special parole as well. You do know that. So when you go out there
today,
yeah, you did. When you go out, you need to be mindful of that the panel can now,
So is my EOS in July?
July 20th of next year.
And then is there any leaving before that?
You might be able to go through community, through DOC, but not through us.
Okay.
And I don't even think they can do that because we have a special parole MIT, and the MIT's gonna say it's 7/20. So that's when you'll get out, 7/20.
So DOC won't let me go to a halfway house?
No, because we have the controlling MIT.
So there's no other way besides 7/20.
As far as we know, no. So we're all
Alright.
set, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for
Thank you.
speaking with us today.
You as well.
Yeah.
He got hit.
That was so.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bernard. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stone Jeffrey, 318-966.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Jeffrey Stone, inmate number 318-966. He's serving a sentence of 10 years executed, suspended after 4 years jail with 3 years probation for burglary, third, in violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 5th, 2024. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed.
Okay, thank you for showing me that.
Danger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system, the offenders overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recycling. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe
I can read what I wrote. Is that possible?
Yes, you can, Mr. Stone. Thank you.
All right. Speaking for parole, why I feel I deserve parole. Throughout these 2 years that I've been incarcerated, I come to realize that no one else is to blame for any of my mistakes and poor choices that led me up to the recent time that I am now serving. So you ask why I deserve parole? I feel I deserve parole because I, for once in my life, have taken full accountability as well as responsibility for my actions that made my victim have to suffer. And for that, I know I am wrong and sincerely apologize. If granted parole, I already have long-term goals and a strong support of family and friends to help me stay grounded and away from any type of negativity that could bring me back to incarceration. For the goals that I have set for myself is to get back into the workforce and to be a better individual in the community. Sorry. And as being on parole, I am willing to do any programs deemed by parole or any court system. I am not perfect by any means, but I will try each day to be better. And I haven't changed just for parole. I had to for once take life serious because you only get one life to live. And time doesn't wait for no one. So therefore, I feel I deserve parole. To show myself and others I choose to have around me that I am more than just a jailbird and inmate. And lastly, I have no urges to drink any type of alcohol nor drugs. Due to it does that not go well with my thinking process. With that being said, if I'm granted parole, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
With that being said, if I am granted parole, I will be a shining example of excellence. Sincerely, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. We appreciate that. We're going to ask you some questions and then we'll make a decision about parole at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll begin with the question. So, Mr. Stone, you're here today for burglary third, violation of protective order. Why did you break into the victim's house?
I was under the influence of alcohol and we had a substantial argument due to that. And I was just not in the right state of mind at the moment.
You've taken domestic violence before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you taken the domestic violence program?
That I remember, I say this is my second time.
Second time in prison? How about in the community?
I've never had taken it in the community.
Okay, all right. That's interesting. All right, you have a pretty long criminal history too, and you have not done well on community supervision. Do you know that you have 11 failures on community supervision?
What?
I did not know that, ma'am.
Yeah. Why do you think you struggle when you're on supervision?
It's just the company that I keep. It's not. I understand it's me because I have to take the responsibility, but it's just the company that I choose to be around, and that's what end result I end up getting into trouble.
What were you doing while you were in the community? Were you going to treatment?
I was going to CBH, Connecticut Behavioral Health.
Okay.
And they were helping me with my mental health and to stay grounded on my meds.
Were you on your meds when you committed this offense?
No, I was not. I started drinking.
And how are you feeling today?
I feel wonderful, ma'am.
It's good to hear. Okay. So you've taken the anger management program and you took domestic violence. I saw that you got a very good evaluation for your anger management, said you were a good participant. And then the domestic violence, you did okay. Which program do you think was most helpful?
I'd have to say the domestic violence because that's my problem. I'd have to say domestic violence, ma'am.
And what do you think you took away from the domestic violence that you'll use in the community?
That for one, that no one deserves to have to go through any type of verbal abuse or, just being in a situation where they feel uncomfortable, And I've taken that, there is better options than to stand there and argue. I can walk away or find something else to do rather than trying to keep arguing and make a situation even worse.
The victim in this offense, what's your relationship with her?
That's my fiance, my wife.
It's your fiance?
Yes.
Okay. There's a protective order. I know it's over at the end of October or mid-October. Do you know that?
Wasn't really, no, ma'am.
Okay. And you have a friend in Norwich that you want to release to?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a job at Napa Auto, or is that where you hope to work?
That's where he's already has me lined up with a job there.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stone, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
no questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance?
So Mr. Stone has had several assault charges in his criminal history, and I just find it concerning. It started back in 2008,
Mm-hmm.
and it continued to 2010. Then he had another one in 2012. And then he had one in 2015. And, in 2021, he has one for which he's, serving time for. So that's quite a bit of assault charges. And I know he said this is his second time completing domestic violence, but you've never taken domestic violence in the community. You haven't?
Understandable.
So I really don't have any questions. It was just concerning with community releases and its assault charges.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Stone will now discuss your case.
Okay.
So for today, I do not have Mr. Stone voted to parole. He's got 11 community failures out of 12. I appreciate that he has no disciplinary reports. He did take anger management and domestic violence, which I think are beneficial. He says he's feeling good today while he's on his medications. It's his Miss Chance pointed out his criminal history is one violation after another with assaults and breach of peace. It's the same repetitive behavior throughout. He did admit that he has an alcohol problem. His end of sentence is not till June 2026. Even though I don't have voted to parole today, I would be willing to rehear him, having had him take an addiction services program.
Madam Chair, I appreciate everything that you've submitted, and I see why you would want him to complete that program and come back. For me, it's a no. I don't have him returning for a new hearing. Mr. Stone has been in and out of prison repeatedly. They've given him short sentences, try to work them out in the community, and he's just not getting it for some reason. So I'm glad that he has support out in the community. I'm also happy that he has job aligned and that he's doing well on his medication. I would encourage him to continue on that path so that when he is released for his probation, he can complete it successfully this time.
Sure.
So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Chance?
I agree with everything Mrs. Spade said. I did not have it coming.
Okay. All right. So in the matter of Jeffrey Dwayne Stone, inmate number 318966, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history, poor performance on community release. Anything else? No. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Stone, we're unable to vote you to parole today. We wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you for your time and effort.
You're welcome.
Okay.
That's all she wrote.
You all have a good weekend.
Hey, you too.
Yeah,
Highly
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right, and if you're on TikTok, if you could go ahead, and we'll really appreciate it if you could subscribe to our channel. We're trying to get to the 10,000 mark. We're currently at 8,767 followers. Shit, man. As soon as I get the 100,000,
You guys all set in there?
the 100,000, the 10,000 subscribers, I'm getting way ahead of myself over here. It'll definitely help us out, and then I also, I'll continue bringing this content to you. These court cases, phone calls, video visits, and all that good stuff. So this is it. It's ended already. It's definitely been a roller coaster of a ride today. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. I gotta get back to reality. I spent enough time, on social media, at least for now. But I'll definitely be back later on. I believe I have some video visits. I have some video visits coming on later on, some phone calls and whatnot. And like I said, I see there's 500 and something people watching right now. I would appreciate if at least like 10% of you. Why is this on live? Oh, all right then. All right, hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it. And like I said right here, lights like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out. A rato. And thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Lex. And who else was over here on the YouTube side? Bruce. We had Bruce. We had Elias Man. All right, all right.